From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go on another Saturday. It is BetMGM Gameday. Alex Gold, Austin Huff, hanging out with you for the next 5 hours. We've got some NBA postseason action certainly coming up again tomorrow with Game 7 now with the Cavs and Pistons. We're going to start there in just a second. We also, I think, kind of got that dream matchup that you and I, a month ago at least, and a lot of people were talking about. Could we get in the Western Conference Finals? Could we end up getting the upstart young Spurs going up against the defending champion Thunder? Well, that delivered. If that's what you actually wanted, I did. And we're going to get that, a lot to get into with that series as well. Of course, the NFL schedule release this week. And so now you can maybe map out your fall, your road trips, your kids' activities, all that kind of stuff. But it is good to be back with you, man. I appreciate it. I got some issue with you, though, at some point today we have to address. I was told some things were said. I was told some things were said on air while I was gone. I also want to know if you lost my Venmo. I need to see if you know my Venmo account. You owe me money from a bet.
I do owe you. You know what? I do.
I also want to know if you've got your bowl of mustard ready to eat at some point today or next week on the show. These are all bets that need to be paid off. Thank you, Detroit Pistons against the Orlando Magic a couple weeks ago.
See, I was hoping that you going under the knife,
I was ready.
They would like poke a part of your brain that would make you lose your memory. That's what I was hoping for. But no, I guess such a big fan of the Michael Jackson biopic that Alex said, you know what, I'm going to get nose surgery too. And went out and left us high and dry last week. Yes, maybe I did make some comments, not at your expense, but at the expense of maybe one of your favorite teams. And, but, look, we're here today. Let's let bygones be bygones. Let's have ourselves a good 5 hours of sports talk radio. I was out late last night, very late. Well, I had to MC an event in Wrigleyville in Chicago.
Nice.
And, it was, I got home and I was like, well, I'm going to do some prep. I was up very late last night, prepping for today. And, then but I will say this, if you are ever in a spot that I am in currently, in a current state right now, the best hangover cure is the UFL slate that we have got today. The DC Defenders versus the Louisville Kings kicking off at noon. And then you got, right after that, Houston Gamblers and St. Louis Battlehawks. We got a three-way tie atop the UFL standings right now with the Battlehawks, Defenders, and the Orlando Storm living up to their name and coming out of nowhere. It's like Chicago weather with them. It is. We have got a solid UFL slate that I know that we are going to spend most of the day talking about today, right?
Now, by hangover buster, you're talking about you like sleeping it off. You have to sleep through the games. That's what you mean. You're just going to sleep through all.
No. It's adrenaline pumping into my veins. That's what it is. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but the UFL used to be the XFL, and the X in XFL stood for extreme. So
that's right.
How about that?
That's right. I mean, that's going to wake you up. I'm glad to see you're upright though after the event yesterday. We'll get to some of the stuff from last weekend. You're right though. I know you were joking a little bit, but that was the about Michael Jackson and the nose job. That was definitely the running joke around my show here locally and among my friends and group text because we kind of mentioned it a few weeks ago. I've been dealing with some sinus struggles for years, man. I haven't been able to smell for probably 4 years, I would say. And so it's just been a constant thing. Allergies, it led to asthma, which I had never had. So no smell. I could taste food, but not to the same extent. And so it was really frustrating, obviously. And I've been going to the doctor trying to figure it out. And they thought it was just because of COVID and it would just come back and never did. So finally went to an ENT, 2 months ago, and basically determined that, hey, like we can keep trying all these antibiotics and stuff. That's not going to get it done. They did a CT scan and they're like, yeah, your sinuses basically, it's all a mess up there and stuff. And so I went and had nasal surgery, deviated septum surgery, and got the stents out a couple days ago. So feeling way better already. I don't have the smell back.
Yeah.
That's the number one question everybody asks. I don't have the smell back yet. That could be a bit, but yeah, man, it's not bad. The craziest thing, if you want to know though, after they take the stents out, which they're like the 7 centimeter long pieces of plastic that are shoved up your nose, which is crazy. I didn't even know that's like possible.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's way
yeah.
too many centimeters. Yeah.
And so then when they pull those out, it actually doesn't hurt. It is actually the best like pressure release feeling ever. It really is. But then they numb your nose, and then they actually stick like like I would describe it as a hose up your nose, and dude, they just
They
suction
went up your nose with a rubber hose, like Welcome Back
basically.
Kotter style.
Yeah, like your nose is numb for it because, dude, I feel like they were like all the way up in my brain, man. Like they're like suctioning all this crap out.
Oh
I got
my
to go back next week for
gosh.
them to do that again and do these nasal rinses. Anybody that's listening or across the country or watching, I'm sure somebody out there's had the same procedure and knows. I was told it was going to be awful. I think technology has gotten better. It wasn't, the recovery wasn't as bad as I thought. Part of it is I think I've been so congested for years anyway, so it doesn't really feel much different. Like I'm still congested a little bit today, but we're good, man. It's good to be back.
Well, I'll say this: you're not missing much with the smell. Like it's like okay, you can go without. Like that's like if we had to power rank the senses, smell I think is towards the bottom.
Oh, I
But
agree.
I will
Yeah,
say
I do agree with
I
that.
am excited for you being like living like your best life as like the second half of a Flonase commercial. Like I expect you right after we get off the air here today, you're gonna go frolic in a field. You're gonna be like picnicking. You're gonna be like you don't even have any kids, but you're gonna be teaching your daughter how to ride a bike like out in the open air. Like that's gonna
You
be
know what?
you.
What's funny? You said that I got the stints out on Wednesday, and I had been like kind of locked inside for multiple days because I still technically can't go to the gym. I can't wait tomorrow. I can go to the gym again. I'll be cleared for that. So you were allowed to like do some walking stuff, but I was mainly inside for a week. So the stints get out, and I basically got like this oxygen high, man, because like the airflow up to my nose was insane, and even like the AC being on, my nostrils were like burning because like it was cold air that hadn't really like been in there for a while. And I went to a concert on Wednesday night, Charlie Puth, which was put on a great show. And so that was like the best night. I felt so amazing that night. So kind of what you're
Yeah.
saying, and I can't wait to. I'll let you know what the first smell. Whenever the smell comes back, I will
I
text you. I
yes.
will let you know the first smell. I don't know what it's going to be. I know when I briefly got it back after being on some antibiotics, it was just like shampoo. I was in the shower and I was like, wait, cement. I smell like cement. But I don't know. I want to smell like new car smell or barbecue is what I want. I want some
Okay.
barbecue smell back.
And all of our guys behind the scenes, Zach Kroll, Grant Later, Max Sheedy, we should all have like a side group chat where we take bets as to what the first smell is, and then we'll have like
I like it.
a group for the BetMGM Game Day crew. We'll have like a group bet as to what we think. The place your bets now, boys. What you think your first smell is. In fact, if you want to weigh in on our Twitch or YouTube stream, you can comment with what you think Alex's first smell will be fresh from sinus surgery. I'm glad you're back, dude. We did miss you.
I appreciate
A
it.
little piece of us was gone last week for sure.
I appreciate it. Good to be back. And as Austin mentioned, you can interact with us over on YouTube and Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight. We got the chat pulled up there. Keep an eye on that. Also on our Instagram and our Twitter and X accounts at Alex Gold, at Austin Huff. And of course, you can listen to the show as well on our affiliates across the country and over on SiriusXM channel 375. Let's get right into some basketball, though, man, because we've got a game 7 coming up tomorrow. That's because the Detroit Pistons controlled yesterday, to say the least, against the Cleveland Cavaliers, and it's another blown opportunity for this Cavs team as it now goes to a game 7. And the last time I was on the air with you, right? The last time I was on, we were discussing the Pistons and the Magic, and hey, there's opportunities you have to capitalize on if you are a team like the Magic, or I will say in this case, a team like the Cavs. Now that this thing went to a game 7, I kind of have the same feeling as I did going back to the series prior, which is I fully expect Detroit now to win in game 7. This has been the story of this Pistons team staving off elimination, winning these big time games. What is that now? They're 4 wins in elimination games, the most in the playoffs actually since the Celtics did it 3 years ago. This team, I don't want to call them a team of destiny by any means. I don't think they're going to win the NBA championship, but they certainly are not afraid when their backs are against the wall. In fact, they play some of their best basketball, and they did it yesterday, and I expect that same sort of effort again on Sunday. I think the Cavs and James Harden blew an opportunity to get to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I'm glad you brought up my Orlando Magic because I think they are solely to thank for this series. Everyone in Detroit should be thanking the Orlando Magic because in the opening round, the Detroit Pistons, as we know, rallied from down 3-1 against those Magic and took the lead and advanced to the Eastern Conference semifinals. Without that, they're not battle tested. They're not ready for coming back. Now, yes, yeah, there is some like James Hardenism going down with the Cavaliers, and like like I want to say like he really has something to prove to us, but like let's be honest, this is I think it's written in the stars. Like we knew this was going to happen before the playoffs even started. Whatever team James Harden is on is going to have some. I don't want to say embarrassing because you were up in this series. Like it was not embarrassing, but you do know they're going to have an excruciating exit in the playoffs because that's just what James Harden does. And all of the Donovan Mitchells in the world couldn't save the Cavaliers from this ill-timed fate. But the Pistons are just I feel like they're it's funny. The Pistons play like an old style of basketball, right? Like which like gritty defense and toughness, and like they like to slow it up. And I feel like that is somehow working in this new age NBA, and they're somehow getting through. It gives me shades of the 2004 Pistons, with Sheed and why am I blanking? Tayshaun Prince, like all those guys, which I know Tayshaun was like the sixth man off the bench on that team, but like
Chauncey Billups,
Ben Wallace,
yeah.
Chauncey Billups, yes, like literally like that whole crew. That's what this year's team reminds me of because they kind of have that Detroit grit back, and it's been fun to watch. I don't know. I do know. I know exactly how Game 7's going to go. Pistons back in their barn. They're going to advance. I don't even think there's a question about it.
Yeah, when it goes back to Little Caesars Arena, this thing is over. I think the Pistons are 4.5-point favorites right now there at BetMGM. And you're right about the defensive part of it. I mean, that was the story yesterday. Look, James Harden has 8 turnovers in the game. That's unacceptable. But the Pistons held the Cavs to under 30% shooting in the second half and under 40% for the entire game. So it was dominant defense. And then as you were kind of going through some of the key pieces for this Detroit team, of this iteration of the Detroit team, 6 different Pistons scored in double figures. You had Cade, Jenkins, Reed, Thompson, and Robinson, all part of that group that were able to do that. So it has been kind of that cliche team effort to get it done. And yeah, I think the Cavs are going to be kicking themselves for a while, and it's bad news for our producer Zach, who we were giving a hard time for having that futures ticket on the Cavs. I think he needed that one last night. Needed that. I don't think it's going to cash anymore, Zach.
Yeah, Zach, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, man, but that's look, you got to know like a future on the beard is just not, it's never going to cash out. That is a ticket stub that you will hold in your wallet forever.
He admitted though that was also an emotional hedge against the Knicks. He's a Knicks hater, and
he is a
we're
Knicks
get
guy.
To them in a little bit because the Knicks look incredible, but the Knicks are certainly going to be that. Now it's weird. He says he's a Knicks hater, but he's a Knicks fan, I thought, so I'm confused.
He's a Knicks. Well, a Knicks fan is also a Knicks hater. You have to know that those two coincide.
Okay.
Like if you are a fan of the Knicks, you also hate the Knicks. Like it's kind of like being a Mets fan as well. Like if you love the Mets, you also hate the Mets.
This is about as good as it's been for the Knicks in a long time.
Is there a team that has changed your mind more over the course of this playoffs than the New York Knicks? Like I came in thinking they're the third best team in the East at best. And obviously like not just based off of their standings, but like sure. I legitimately believe maybe even like fourth or fifth best team in the entire playoffs. But the way they've played, like I think they might be the best team in the playoffs. Like I think the Knicks are the team to beat. I mean, outside of OKC.
Well,
outside of OKC, yeah. I'll say the Knicks are literally like they're playing at a level that's like it's unheard of.
Well, they've been so impressive because they've also you look at their path, you look at the Thunder path, right? So far, the Thunder haven't played anybody. Like they just haven't played anybody. And I know the Knicks destroyed the 76ers, but remember that was a Philly team that had just beat Boston and was impressive in coming back and winning that series. So that's not how we perceive Philly going in. The Thunder. it's been such an easy path, and that's why we can't wait to see the Spurs series start on Monday night, and now see how, even the Spurs acknowledged last night that series is going to be a completely different animal when they play the Thunder. So yeah, I would agree with what you're saying. Right now, because of who they've played and how they've looked, the Knicks have by far been the most impressive team this postseason. I don't think they are better than the Thunder. Now, maybe that's our finals matchup. Maybe we're going to get SGA going to the Garden here in 3 weeks or 2 weeks or whatever it's going to be, and that'll be our NBA Finals matchup. That I would sign up for that too. By the way, that'd be pretty incredible.
If the Knicks do not get to the NBA Finals, does the hammer of James Dolan come down yet again? Because
I don't think so, but you're right. It feels like there's no excuse.
Like Mike Brown, literally the bar is set at NBA Finals minimum, right? Like, and I don't think they're going to fire him after 1 year, but I didn't think they were going to fire Tom Thibodeau after their best year in the last quarter of a century. So you cannot expect any NBA owner who has a band on the side called JD and the Straight Shots is anything but a straight shooter. You cannot expect that guy to act sanely after whatever the fate of the Knicks is. If they do not make the finals, look, I don't think that they would fire him, but I also did not think that they would fire Tom Thibodeau last year. So
we will have, of course, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals coming up Monday, Spurs and Thunder. We got to wait till Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Semis wraps up tomorrow to find out ultimately who the New York Knicks will be playing out east. Up next, I do want to talk about the Western Conference Final matchup, though. It is set. It's one we've been talking about really all season. Would we actually see a Spurs team with Victor Wembanyama and company go up against SGA and the defending champs? Well, that's what we got. Let's talk about that series a little bit. We're just getting started here on a Saturday edition of BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
time since 2017, the San Antonio Spurs are headed to the Western Conference Finals.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
That's how it sounded over on Prime as the Spurs advanced to the Western Conference Finals with their dominating win against Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves. We can probably talk about Minnesota a little bit later on the show, kind of what the future holds for Anthony Edwards there, where he just flat out had to acknowledge that the Spurs are the superior team and kind of wonder where the Minnesota Timberwolves move going forward. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. Don't forget you can text in, you can call in as well, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. So we get the Western Conference Finals matchup, as I've said, that we were all kind of speculating about and maybe hoping for with the Spurs and the Thunder, and we get Wemby and Castle going up against SGA and company there. This is fascinating, not just for this year, which is, okay, will the champs be dethroned, and what do the finals matchup look like? What does it do legacy-wise for Wemby, for example, if he's able to take his team to an NBA Finals in just a couple years here in the league? But there's a chance that this series, starting Monday night, will be the rivalry that we talk about, you and I, for 5+ years, if not more, right? Like there's a chance that this becomes the new Western Conference rivalry for years to come. That's what's at stake if we get a really competitive series.
Yeah, I would love that. You know, do you remember back in like the mid 2010s when the Heat and the Pacers used to go at it in the Eastern Conference every year? Like it just seemed like every year those two teams were in the Eastern Conference Finals or maybe like the semifinals, but like they were always going at each other's throats, and that was a great rivalry, like, or just like an organic rivalry, right? Because it's not like they were, just they're not like long-standing rivals. Like they became rivals through their matchups in the playoffs. And yeah, I would love to see that become a thing in the NBA, because I feel like that's one thing that the NBA has been missing over the last decade plus, like of just the bad blood, like rivalry. You got a little bit of it with the Nuggets and the Wolves in the opening round, which was fun, like that animosity that, like, as Keith Jackson would say, just a couple of teams that straight up don't like each other. Like that's what we need more of in the NBA. And if it's going to be this Spurs team with Wemby and Castle, like I'm here for it. And the Oklahoma City Thunder, like they're so good, it's like almost easy to dislike them, right? So if you could just, I don't know, I love this matchup. I'm glad that we got it because, yeah, we did talk about it going into the playoffs about, man, that's the matchup we were all had penciled in. Well, now it's Sharpied in, and I cannot wait to watch it tip off tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get this one on Monday night, and I think the Spurs in this particular spot, the question for them, much like with the Thunder, it's, hey, the Thunder haven't been tested this playoffs, but for the San Antonio Spurs, it is still a massive step up for them. While their path has been more challenging than the Thunder so far, I do want to see in Game 1 in particular, what does that gap look like? Now we know the regular season and how it fared for the Spurs. Does that translate over to the postseason, or do you just throw that out entirely? Because I don't really think the regular season matchups matter at all at this point. I think these are two different teams now. We know the stakes are. I mean, we're talking about going to the NBA Finals, so I don't care how the Thunder fared against the Spurs in the regular season. I mean, the Thunder to me are still the better basketball team. That does not always mean you're going to win a series, but the Thunder, like if you were just saying, who do I still think if we went starting five and compared, let alone the experience that you're talking about as well in a spot like this, and who can handle the pressure of being on this stage, of course that edge is going to be the Thunder. But I am intrigued when I see the opening line over at BetMGM for this game, and the Thunder are 6.5-point favorites. They've been sitting around, they're rested, but is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I think the Spurs at plus 6.5, just my very early look, I have not made this bet yet. I would lean towards taking San Antonio getting 6.5 points, but that's just an early glance. I haven't made a bet yet.
Yeah, it's that spread 6.5 points is minuscule though compared to what the numbers OKC was seeing in their last matchup against the
17 and a half. 18.
Right. And and I actually agree with you. I don't think the regular season, you have to throw the regular season results out the window. except for the last series with the Thunder and the Lakers, because we pretty much got what we got during the regular season, with the Thunder winning all 4 matchups in the regular season against the Lakers by an average of 22 points. It felt that way in the sweep in the second round of the playoffs as well. But there's a Wemby factor here with the Spurs, man. And I can't say I know people are probably annoyed by just hearing a Wemby this, Wemby that, but how can you not? I mean, like, he's literally, I think, the best thing we've got in basketball. I kind of talked about this last week, but we've been very blessed in our NBA fandom when we went from Michael Jordan to, I mean, we don't really want to remember it, but the Michael Jordan missing dunks in the NBA All-Star game in the Wizards jersey era, handing directly off the baton to LeBron James. And we got 23 years out of LeBron, and it was great. And now it's like LeBron's time is coming to a close, and it's like, who's going to take that reign? And it's hard not to say a guy like Wemby, with not just how big and dominant he is, not just with how big and dominant and oh yeah, he's also got handles and can, cross you over in a heartbeat. But also, he's getting better every single year. He's getting better. He's going into the offseason, going over to Asia and training with monks, right? Like, he's learning from Akeem Olajuwon. Like, he's got this fire inside him. And it takes me back to All-Star Weekend of this year, Alex, when we were kind of clowning on the NBA All-Star format. And who was it that stepped up for the world team that really made the game better? And if you ever play pickup basketball, you're out there just for a casual pickup game, but there's one guy going harder than everyone else, it ups the level of everyone else, right? It makes everyone else play harder. Well, Wemby was that guy in the All-Star game, and I think he's just got this, like, I mean, I guess the closest thing I could compare it to is like this Mamba mentality within him of like, I want to be better. I want to be great. And which is kind of refreshing, because we haven't seen a player with his skills and with his size also pair with that desire and that want to be great. So that's why I say the Spurs team has a Wemby factor about them. And when the lights are the brightest, this dude steps up the biggest, which is why I think exactly what you said. You have to throw the regular season results out the window.
Oh, and I think we're getting a legit series here. I don't think it's going to be this dominant sweep, or I certainly would love for a Game 7. I don't know if we're going to get a Game 7, but I think this one will certainly go a bit of the distance. Maybe it doesn't get all the way to a Game 7. You can take a look at the odds over at BetMGM right now, just in terms of series pricing to get to the finals, as in win this series. The Spurs are plus 220 right now. The Thunder minus 270 to come out of the Western Conference. Now, in terms of actual total games in the series, if you think it goes 7, plus 220 no matter who wins, plus 210 for 6-game series, plus 220 for a 5, and if you think it's a sweep, that's plus 430. I don't really think a sweep is happening. I would honestly be pretty shocked either way. Like, I definitely don't think the Spurs are sweeping the Thunder, and I still don't think the Thunder would do that to the Spurs either. I know this though, for the casual NBA fan that only pays attention in the playoffs, the Spurs winning is better for the NBA. You agree with that? Like, the Spurs winning this series and getting Wemby to the finals is so much better for the NBA long term, in my opinion. And I know the Thunder are still fresh, and SGA is very likable as well. Don't get me wrong, but I think the Spurs and what you just said about Wemby, them knocking off the defending champs and then setting up next year where they're like a potential rematch and all, like, that is way more intriguing than it's next year. The Thunder have won 2 titles in a row, and it's can Wemby do it? His second opportunity. It is better for the league, in my opinion. Sorry, Thunder fans, if the Spurs actually win this series.
Yeah, no, and I mean, Thunder fans, take that as credit to your team. Like, that's like where you're at. Like, you won your title and you were so dominant this year. Like, it's like that's what comes with it. I mean, Alex, you're a Chiefs fan. You saw that firsthand. Everyone was rooting for the Chiefs against the Patriots in the AFC title game when Dee Ford went offsides, and then they finally get over that hump the next year. They go to the they go to the Super Bowl, win it all, and then very quickly it's like, okay, we're done with you. Like, it's like everyone roots for you on your way up, but once you get to the top of the mountain, nobody wants you to stay there. And so take that as a compliment, Thunder. But yeah, I think it's so funny. If you took us back to Child Alex and Child Austin, and you said the NBA wants the Spurs in a finals. Like, that's such
Yeah.
a weird thing,
I
right?
mean,
Because like we grew up in the era of like, oh, the NBA wants anyone but the Spurs, like this boring Tim Duncan, David Robinson led team, like this, Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker, like. We want anyone but those guys in because they didn't draw ratings, right? Like San Antonio is not, it's not one of the bigger markets, especially not in the Western Conference. And they go and like they were like, you wanted TV execs like wanting like, hey, give me someone, give me the Lakers, give me any other team, heck, give me the Phoenix Suns over the San Antonio Spurs, and you never really got that because the Spurs were so great. And now here we are saying is like, yeah, the Spurs would make for better television. And that, again, is the Wemby factor. Like, it's like they have that draw of like, because he's so big and present, like he literally alters guys' shots. He alters what teams do when he is in the game. Like you see a true difference. You saw that when he got knocked out with his injury. You saw that when he went full WWE elbow and got himself ejected. Like there's a difference when Wemby is on the floor and when he's not. And yeah, I think I would agree with you in the sentiment that I think most casual NBA fans would like to see the Spurs advance in this.
this segment here on BetMGM Game Day, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. This game, this series, I should say, we don't know officially the Eastern Conference matchup yet. We'll find out tomorrow with the Cavs and Pistons playing a Game 7 and see what the Knicks are going to do. Who the Knicks will clearly be favorites in that series. I think it's pretty obvious at this point in time. Do you believe, though, right now, if I just gave you the 2 Western Conference teams and we'll say the 3 Eastern Conference teams that are alive, would you take anybody on the East against the West right now? Like in terms of winning it all?
I still think the Thunder are the favorite to win it all. I still think that they're just too good, and until they prove us otherwise, like I think you kind of have to lend them that respect. They're just so dominant defensively, and they get to the line. Like it's just they're so well built all around. I think that it's going to be a force to stop. And look, let's not like we've been waxing poetically about the Spurs, but they're still a very young team. The Thunder have been here before, and they're deep as hell. Like they literally like they've got guys, 11.
Yeah, is it too early? We'll try to reconnect with Austin there. Maybe is it too early for the Spurs? I think that'll be the big storyline heading in. Is it 1 year too early, or is this the right time for the Spurs to actually take down the Oklahoma City Thunder? We will certainly talk more NBA postseason coming up throughout the show today. Up next, though, we've got some items to add to the list. I got beef with Austin, though. He added something to the list last week when I was gone, and I know he would never have added it if I was on the show. I got to address that with him next.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds over at BetMGM. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. So get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day. We're just getting started. Hopefully it's a beautiful Saturday already for you if you're listening across the country on the Westwood One Sports app, Odyssey app, or on our SiriusXM channel 375. It is that time of the show where we get to the list. Some things that have been bugging us that we want to add. We add this to the list. They are there permanently. Sports, non-sports. I think I'm cheating here a little bit, but my item might just be Austin adding stuff that he would never add without me
All
being
right.
on the show, which is what happened last week. What did you add last week again? Please fill me in, because I don't think you would have added this. I was told something about Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs if I wasn't on the show. What was your issue last week with the Chiefs in Kansas City?
The thing I added to the list last week, and you can't take it off because it's already on the list, and once it's on the list, it stays on the list forever. But the thing I'm adding to the list, and I did get some agreements of non-Chiefs fans on the internet, but the thing I added to the list last week was the already annoyance of the media hype surrounding Patrick Mahomes' week 1 return. Like the week 1 next year, the media is going to glaze Patrick Mahomes harder than any athlete that has returned from injury ever. Chris Collinsworth's dry cleaner has already got an appointment booked for that first week in September because he is going to have a pile of stained pants coming in right in the crotchal region.
Okay. Look, you know what's funny about this? Not only did you do it while I was gone, since then the schedule has come out, which we're going to get to, I know, the NFL schedule next hour. And the Chiefs were in prime time the first 2 weeks, which tells me no doubt Patrick Mahomes is playing. Also, he had his golf tournament for charity with yesterday, I think it was, and he put out a video, and he's swinging a full swing of a golf club. He's playing week 1. So the NFL has already set this thing up. They're playing the Broncos on Monday Night Football on ESPN. The whole conversation is already going to start this offseason. So it only got worse for you. I got bad news, man. The Mahomes will he be ready stuff is only going to be increasing now that they're on the primetime stage week 1. So get used to it, man. Just get used to it.
I know. I did get a lot from Chiefs fans like, why don't you cry more? Or like, nobody cares what you think. You know, I always love the people taking time out of their day to comment on a video of nobody cares. Well, clearly you cared enough to comment, but look, I'm ready for it. Like, at least I have months to prepare. I'm just already annoyed at it. Like, I'm going to be annoyed for the next 6 months and probably well after. He's going to win. He may not even if he doesn't finish the season, he's still going to somehow win comeback player of the year next year.
So that was an interesting thing that I brought up, locally even this week is people watch this happen. Okay. Watch this happen because the comeback player of the year award is a joke. Okay. It's been a joke for a while. I understand that, Joe Flacco won it a few years back. And look, if you had a ticket on it, you loved it. You made a lot of money. There were some people at this network that made some money, I know for a fact, off of the Joe Flacco comeback player of the year thing. So props to them. This is not me hating. My point is the award's a joke. Come back from what? Being on your couch? Being crappy? Whatever it is. So like the minute we allow that to happen, it doesn't matter. So they need to have the most improved player award and then the comeback player of the year award like the NBA has. It needs to be something like that. But I guess what I'm saying is people are going to make a big deal, Austin, about Mahomes maybe winning comeback player of the year, and they're going to say, well, he only missed 3 games. And I don't disagree. But the thing is, because it's Mahomes, everybody's going to act like, oh, my gosh, this is the worst thing ever. And people are going to use that as their reason to change the award finally, is my prediction for the season. People will make the case, what was he coming back for? And they'll completely forget that Joe Flacco was just sitting on the couch and won the award. So this will be the narrative all year because he does have a great chance to win the award. It's a flawed award.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is, but it is. So are you adding me to the list? Am I getting added to the list? Is that what's happening right here?
The list is Austin taking a shot at Kansas City when gold is gone. Yeah.
Hang on. No, it was not a shot at Kansas City. It was not a shot at Kansas City. It was a shot at the media glazing Kansas City's quarterback. That's
Austin
what it was.
talking about glazing while gold is not on the show.
If you're watching on the YouTube or Twitch streams right now, you can see the makeshift list, and the first item on there is Austin taking shots at KC. I didn't take shots at KC, all right? Oh gosh.
What do you have this week? Because I know it's not going to be anything that's going to impact the Mahomes and Week 1 stuff. Where are you at for the list this week?
The thing I am adding to the list this week is the NFL schedule as a whole. Like let's start with the holidays, okay? The NFL games are on Thanksgiving Eve, Black Friday, Christmas Eve, Boxing Day, New Year's Eve, Columbus Day, Cyber Monday, Veterans Day, the 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 8th days of Hanukkah. Hey, NFL, we're running out of holidays. Pretty soon, the NFL is going to be making some massive announcement about how they're unveiling a new game on your Aunt Carol's birthday. Aunt Carol doesn't want a football game on her birthday, and neither do we. And you might be among the endangered species who think, who doesn't want more football? Football always and forever, bruh. But let's be real. Most of these big holiday games won't even end up mattering. The NFL's big New Year's Eve game features the Ravens and the Bengals, which on paper sounds awesome. But I'd be willing to bet my daughter's college and wedding funds on the fact that the game will feature at least one backup quarterback. And more than likely, one of those teams will not be playing for a playoff spot, if not both. Packers and Bears on Christmas? That sounds great. In April, but this game is being played on Jesus' birthday. What happens if this is a 4-10 team playing a 6-8 team? Or honestly, I hope it is so I can enjoy Christmas with my young daughters whose college funds I just mortgaged. Just look back to last year, the 8-7 Lions versus the 7-8 Vikings. The Vikings won, creating 2 500 teams. Then you had the 6-8 Cowboys versus the 4-11 Commanders on Netflix. Bum. That was the worst thing to hit Netflix since that decade-late season of Gilmore Girls. And then, on top of it all, you had the 12-3 Broncos versus the 6-9 Chiefs. Which, again, going into Christmas, Broncos-Chiefs, that's going to be a big divisional matchups. But you had no Mahomes. You had Chris Oladukin, who sounds more like a Mortal Kombat character. I mean, we couldn't even get Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola to fill in for that game. Donna Kelsey's offseason home renovations were more enticing than these games. These games were what we call 100-yarders. They're good from far, but far from good. And the worst part of all, they're killing our Sundays. Like, remember when football used to be about, like Sundays used to be all about football? Pretty soon our Sunday afternoons are going to look like the Fresh Prince in the series finale. Sundays were religiously a day for rest and non-religiously for football. And now it's a day for teams like the Titans, Jets, and Dolphins. And don't even get me started on the international games. Hey, NFL, nobody likes the kid from college who brags about all the different places he's studied abroad. We get it, Trust Fund baby. You're well-traveled. Maybe spend a fall at home for once. So the entire NFL schedule, I am just adding to the list. I'm sick of it.
Well done. Well done. I mean, we should all applaud that. That was very well done. I like the Donna Kelsey line there as well. That's very, very well done. Look, I think there's a couple elements there that I firmly agree with. The idea that the NFL is greedy and pushing the limits, of course, that's exactly what they're doing. And do we need games on Christmas? No, we don't. That's the one day that I actually don't think we should have football games on. What I don't understand is why people are upset that we have a Thanksgiving Eve game. What's the problem with that? Thanksgiving Eve is a night. There's nothing wrong with Thanksgiving Eve. And Thanksgiving football in general has always been a thing, but Thanksgiving Eve, I'm totally good with that. The international stuff, I'm with you. I don't think divisional games should be internationally, but I guess I've come to the realization that we all know we're a couple years away from every team playing 2 international games every single season anyway. So maybe I have just already accepted that, and you're obviously not wanting to concede that yet, and I totally get it. And the NFL is going to hit a wall one day. I don't know where it is. They're going to hit a wall with number of games. They're going to hit a wall with the holidays. But right now, the TV ratings, even on these specialty days, are kicking ass. And so we're not going to see this going away anytime soon.
You know, let me push back on the Thanksgiving Eve games because, look, Alex, you and we're in our 30s, okay? Let me be the voice of the generation behind us because Thanksgiving Eve is known more famously as Blackout Wednesday, okay? It is a time
big
when
drinking
you
night.
travel back. Yeah, you travel back home to your hometown, you see all your buddies from high school, it's a rendezvous from college, and you get to meet up. They need that night for themselves. They don't need to watch a football game between
Hold on.
what is it? No,
You're acting like that.
I'm
You're acting
defending
like
them.
that.
I'm
Everybody,
sticking up for
you're
them.
acting like everybody has to go and meet at somebody's house and sit on a couch and watch the game. I can go to a bar and watch the game. I love having a game on at the bar while I'm there with my friends. That's fun to go watch the game, especially if my team's not in it. I actually love the Thanksgiving Eve idea. To me, this is great. The part I will give you the most benefit on, and totally you're right, which is it is killing our Sunday afternoon slates. It is destroying those.
It is.
Totally with you.
Sundays are going to be a barren wasteland of football pretty soon, and it kind of sucks because they're like NFL Red Zone, gone are the days because there's going to be like 2 games on that they're just going to be flipping back and forth between. But the Blackout Wednesday, Packers Rams on Netflix. Like, look, I'm sticking up for the Johnny who is returning home to his hometown where his high school sweetheart, the girl he was crushing on for 4 years of high school, is back. Her name's probably Lucy. I'm sticking up for Johnny. I'm hoping Johnny's not going to be able to mac on Lucy while watching the Green Bay Packers and Matthew Stafford go at it on Netflix. Like, I just feel like it's too much. Like, scale it back, okay? Like, it's kind of like when your dog goes chasing after another dog. Like, we need to put the NFL on a leash and rein them in a little bit.
They're going to keep pushing it. Yeah, they're going to keep pushing it until ultimately the ratings aren't there or, NFL executives really start to push. But we all know this is all money grab, and so they can split off the extra streaming packages. They didn't get rid of Monday night doubleheaders because people didn't like having 2 games on Monday night. They got rid of Monday night football doubleheaders so they can sell off Thanksgiving Eve and they can have still Black Friday games. They can have these additional Saturday games and all that. Oh, are you an anti-Black Friday game?
No. I actually do like the Black Friday game. Don't tell anyone. But the double headers on Monday nights. I am so done with the double headers on Monday nights.
Well, they are
like
done.
Pretty soon they're
going
to put
done.
a game.
They are gone.
Well, yeah, like they're that and the I feel like there's only a matter of time before like they do like a triple header sometime on like Sunday night with a game on YouTube.
Anything is possible with the National Football League if there's a new revenue stream to come in. All right, up next, let's talk more about the schedule. Some of the predictions looking ahead, who's got all these primetime games, and is there a sneaky game or two on the 2026 schedule? That's next here on BetMGM. Game day.
Well, it happens to the best of us, but worry no more.
That's right. With this cutting-edge loaded chili candle from Cincinnati Scents, your home will be filled with a delectable aroma. It is a robust aroma.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
That, of course, was a clip from one of the many schedule release videos across the National Football League. It's become kind of this expectation that these social media teams are going to show off and be creative. You know, the Chargers have gotten a great reputation for that. I thought your Tennessee Titans did an amazing job, even though it was simple, right? Man on the street type of stuff, but they went around and found lookalikes for players and coaches. I legitimately laughed out, like not even legitimately laughed out loud when they did the young kid in the Myles Garrett jersey, and then they ran the Myles Garrett shirtless. That was my favorite of all the videos. And of course, everybody was wondering whether or not some of these teams were going to take a shot at Mike Vrabel / Diana Rossini. And there were a few little teams that decided to do that.
I will say, when I saw the Titans go back to the man on the street bit, I groaned at first. I was like, ugh, guys, come on, don't try and recreate magic, because we all know the sequel is never as good as the original. But to their credit, they nailed the assignment, because it was the Pat McAfee one that won me over. Well, like at that point, I was like, okay, we got something. Like hold up, let them cook, right? Like that was me watching this video. And sure enough, yeah, it ended up being one of the better ones.
The Fernando Mendoza one, when they were talking about playing the Raiders, was pretty good. That kid looked like his little brother. That kid looked like
really
Mendoza's little brother.
Yeah,
so
look,
I
kudos.
thought the Titans and these teams did a great job with it for the most part.
Yeah, and you know what? I will say this, though. Like, there are some teams out there, and we know the ones, right? I don't think I need to call them out by name. But there are some teams out there where it's like, hey, guys, maybe just a static JPEG is what's best for you. Maybe just release your schedule with just a JPEG. The video thing,
somebody's going to just do like a document. Someone's just going to do a basic type old school.
And some teams need to. Some teams need to just just email out a PDF of your schedule, because it's like in high school when you used to have to do a video assignment for class, and there were some kids that had the ability to have to edit videos, right? And there were some kids that or knew someone in the TV productions class that could help them edit their video, and then there were other people that had no editing skills whatsoever. And then in class, you would sit through all of the video presentations, and they were always the worst ones, right? And that's the way the NFL is. There are some teams out there where it's like, guys, it's just not creative. Maybe this is not your thing. I think we should just go back to where it's just because they're the Chargers. They're perpetually at the top. We always like to crown slate the Chargers as Super Bowl contenders. No, their Super Bowl is in April on schedule release day. They nailed the assignment. It's almost gotten to the point where it's too much, to the point where it's like breaking down the Zapruder film. I have to watch that thing over and over and over again just to catch all of the different jokes that they've got in there. It's insane, but kudos to them. They've found their niche. Titans have done a great job every year. This is it's always the teams that don't do well in the fall,
correct,
dominate the spring. Yeah,
that's been the running joke. Is yes, the Chargers social media team is great, but their football team is disappointing on a yearly basis.
Justin Herbert should switch roles with the social media manager and see if that works for a season.
Yeah, something's got to give there though for Herbert and company, the Chargers. We'll see. Maybe this is their year in the AFC West. Thanks for hanging out with us here on a Saturday. It's Alex Gold. It's Austin Huff here on Westwood One Sports. You guys can interact on YouTube and Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight. You could also interact at Alex Gold, at Austin Huff over on Twitch and Instagram. So the schedule release happens, and I don't know if you're anti just the whole format of it in general. I don't need to watch the schedule release show because we know the schedule before the show. Maybe this is because of what we do for a living. Selfishly, I like the slow trickle out all week. I like that on Tuesday during my show, frankly, there's a leak that the Chiefs or whatever are playing not on Christmas, or they're playing on Thanksgiving night, or there's a leak that this team is that. I enjoy that. And maybe that's because of what we do for a living. And if I didn't, I would want it just to wait till Thursday. You don't know about this about me, I guess, enough. We've done the show for a couple months now, but I hate surprises. Okay, hate it. I have to figure out what it is. As a kid, when it was time to get gifts, I would guess presents. I would feel the box, and I guessed I was getting a dartboard one year. My mom was not happy. Like I hate surprises.
Yeah. No, and you know who else loves it? The NFL. Because when
Oh
they
yeah.
slowly trickle it out leading up to schedule night, they know exactly what they're doing because they're getting people to talk about it every single day. Like, hey, let's drop an international game here. Let's drop a Christmas Day game here. And then sure enough, all day Thursday, you're talking NFL schedule release. And then all day Friday, you're talking the reaction to NFL schedule release, leading into Saturday on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, where we're talking NFL schedule. Like, that's just what the NFL does. They want to own the calendar, and they are owning it not just during football season from week 1 to week 18. Or week 17, I guess I should say. They're dominating it from like in April. Like, we're in the middle of the Stanley Cup playoffs, the NBA playoffs. Like, baseball season is in full throttle, and here we are. We're talking about dates on a calendar, and strictly nothing more than that. It's not like it's even
We're
a draft
addicted.
where it's like, roster construction. It's literally just games that we already knew they were playing. Just when are they playing them? Like, that's literally, it's just shuffling the cards that we already know we've got in our hand.
It is, but you know what? No doubt, that's exactly what it is. But I think as we have seen over the last 15 plus years, and fantasy football become more popular, betting, of course, become legalized across the country, and survivor pools becoming more popular, and dynasty fantasy football leagues on top of normal for me, the schedule's fun because I can map out the fall if there's a road trip I want to take, and so now I have that information if I want to book a flight. The other part is, I love doing survivor contests. And so I'm not going to, maybe I'm sicker than others, and I certainly am when it comes to survivor, but
So do you
have
start
already
mapping that
mapped
out now?
I've taken a look. I haven't like full blown, but I've definitely taken a look at some week 1, week 2 options already. There's you can do local survivor contests, or there's of course a couple big ones out in Las Vegas. I usually go out to and sign up for, and so I love it, man. Like that's why it's fun for me. You can start to have those type of conversations, and it lets you know that fall is around the corner and everything like that. But what did you make of some of these teams, though? I mean, the prime time is obviously where a lot of fan bases look. You see the Rams, who are Super Bowl favorites, have the most primetime games. No surprise, they should. I mean, they're going to be must watch all year. Cannot wait for some of those marquee matchups that they have. ESPN went through though and put together their overreactions based on the schedule. I just want to run through a few of these and see if you think they're overreaction, if they're not, or do you have an overreaction maybe as well to the schedule. For example, they list a team that missed the playoffs last year will play in the Super Bowl. Okay? We know the NFL is parity, but they're saying a team that missed the playoffs last year will play in the Super Bowl. Those teams, by
I think
the way,
they're
would
referring to the Tennessee Titans right there. That's without question. They're trying not to be they're trying to be coy about it, but we all know who they're talking about.
Yeah, they're talking about Cam Ward and your Tennessee Titans. That's exactly who they mentioned. They mentioned the Lions, the Ravens, the Cowboys, and the Chiefs, by the way. But do you think there's another team? Or do you agree with that? Do you think that we will see a team that missed the playoffs in the Super Bowl this year?
I mean, it's hard to say in the Super Bowl because it's one thing. I mean, I think the Chiefs are probably the most equipped, which is probably why they put that out there. I don't think the Lions are returning to what they had 2 years ago. I mean, I don't want to. I don't know what the Ravens are. I don't know what they're going to be. And the Cowboys, while I do think they will be better from last year, I don't think they're Super Bowl caliber. So I really do just think if the Chiefs can return to form and stay healthy, that's the team that they're referring to. But I don't agree with it. I don't think a team that missed the playoffs last year is going to make the Super Bowl. Even the Chiefs, I just think that there's just too much parity now for the Chiefs to kind of do what they did during, when they were, I'll say it, in their prime. Back when Travis Kelce was firing on all cylinders, back when, Patrick Mahomes, back when they had their wide receiver core a little bit more figured out than it is now. But I don't know. You're a guy who lives and works in Kansas City. Where do you think? Do you think of those teams listed, do you think any of those are are set to make a run to the Super Bowl? Do you think your own Chiefs are set to make a run to the Super Bowl?
No, so I mean, I've been unpopular here recently in Kansas City because I've said I think this is more of a gap year for them. They're, to me, retooling the salary cap and the way they attacked the draft was all defense. I think they're a wild card team this year. Now, I will say this: with Mahomes, if you're a wild card team, I'll take my chances, right, and see what he can do in the postseason. So I guess out of those grouping of teams, yeah, maybe it's Kansas City, but I'm not. I've come on, this network in previous iterations, plenty of years talking about the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. They're going to be the best team. That's not my stance now. And I don't think they're as bad as they were last year. I think that was just a complete disaster in a lot of ways. But to me, they're like a 10-win team and a wild card team. So no, I don't think they're going to the Super Bowl this year. I think they're setting themselves up for 2027 to have another 3+ year run after this year. I'm with you on the Ravens. It's weird. They have some of the best odds in the AFC actually to win the Super Bowl. But they got a brand new coaching staff. Lamar Jackson, was it injury or is it ability and degrading ability? I think he was just hurt. I actually think Lamar will be fine this year. But it is unique because the wide receiver room is still kind of where it's been for a while. And I still question a new coaching staff. And then Derrick Henry's a year older. So the defense was their problem. I understand. That was the biggest issue with the Ravens last year. And they went out and they improved the defense. But I'm surprised that they have the best odds in the AFC, quite honestly.
Yeah, it really is. Like it's funny. The Ravens are one of those teams that I could see playing in the AFC Championship, but I could also see them missing the playoffs entirely. Like it's so wild. And like I joked about it during the list, but I legitimately mean it. Like, how can you trust the Ravens to stay healthy? Like that's a team that is perpetually have at least a good list of fellas on the IR. Like same thing with their NFC North opponent, Bengals. Like I joked about that game featuring at least one backup quarterback, but it's probably going to happen. Like, and that's the thing about with schedule release day. Like, yeah, it's great to look at right now, but so many things are going to change. Like when we went into right after schedule release day last year, we found out the Broncos and Chiefs were going to be playing on Christmas Day. We were like, well, we know the Chiefs are going to be great. We know they're going to be 12-3. The Broncos will probably be 6-9, right? And here it was, the roles were reversed. So, yeah, I don't think the Ravens, I think it's so funny that they're at the top of the odds makers lists because for me, I feel like they're at the top of my question mark list. Like I have no idea what to.
The AFC is so wide open, this year it appears because you're right. You're saying what you just said about Baltimore. Well, Buffalo has similar odds. They also have a brand new head coach. I understand it was a guy that was on staff and Joe Brady got promoted, but they have a new head coach. And then Kansas City has their question marks. The Chargers are there. Yep. They're the team that never can stay healthy either. So it is a very open AFC. There's no doubt heading in. How about another team? This was another overreaction listed from ESPN when they had the schedule release, which is they predict the Bengals will return to the AFC title game. They have the league's third, quote-unquote, easiest schedule, although that's another conversation. Strength of schedule.
Yeah, right.
Damn thing,
No, it doesn't, and that's one thing that people need to remember because on paper I believe the Chiefs first 8 games are quote unquote easy, aside from that week 1 opener against the Broncos, but that means nothing because it's every team has a brand new team. The winning percentage off of last year, you're not playing last year's team. You're playing this year's team, and so much in the NFL can change from year to year. The Bengals returning to the AFC title game. That's another team where it's I'll believe it when I see it. If you have one of those friends that just continuously lets you down and just continuously no, man, no, I promise I'm good for it. Let's say if you had a friend that lost a bet on a Saturday afternoon radio show on Westwood One Sports and they owed you $75 or whatever, or $50, whatever it is. And they're no, man, I promise I'll get you. I'll pay you back on Venmo. And you're yeah, okay. You believe him at first, but then after a few weeks, you go through an entire nose surgery and he still hasn't paid you. Then you're man, maybe it's not, maybe Maybe you know what? I'm starting to not believe that this guy is ever going to pay me. The Bengals are that friend. You're going to be waiting for your money for a long time. I will believe it when I see it with the Bengals returning to what they were when they went to the Super Bowl back in 2021.
Interesting example you gave. I was nodding my head. That feels like that's exactly what's happening right now, actually, between you and I. But I also agree with you on Cincinnati, though. That's the thing. Joe Burrow's incredible, right? But he has to prove he can be available. He just does. And he's available week 1. Is he available week 9? Now, the defense they finally invested in, and we'll see if the result is there. But the Bengals did invest in this defense. It's been a problem for them. But I still have questions about Zach Taylor as well, and they're in a brutal division. So, yeah, Cincinnati definitely has to prove it. I feel like media and some fans have been they're starving for Joe Burrow to be back in the playoffs, right? Because he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And I think people want it so badly that they've talked themselves into it for years. But they just got to prove it. I mean, guys, it has been that Super Bowl appearance. Yes, he has one. Josh Allen doesn't. Lamar doesn't. That was 5 years ago. That's a long time in the NFL. People forget that 5 years ago in the NFL might as well be 15 years ago. That is such a long time. So they have to prove it. I think they will be much better defensively, which should lead to a much better team and a playoff team in Cincy this year. But they got to see if Joe Burrow can stay healthy.
NFL years are like dog years, right? Like for every one, it's like 7 years, right? So if it's 5 years ago, that's 35 years ago. NFL years, okay? That's a long, long time. So I'm, yeah. I did see one of the overreactions on this article that we've been kind of talking about from ESPN is the Bears will miss the playoffs. Now,
yeah, how about that?
I'll say this. I don't think the Bears will be as good as they were last year, but I don't think that they are going to miss the playoffs. If anything, to me, and this is going to be as Skip Bayless hot takey as I can get with it, but the Bears are the NFC Chiefs. And I mean that in the sense of every year people are going to try and write them off. And every year they're going to be right there in the mix. Because, like the Chiefs, they've got their quarterback, and a very talented one at that. A guy who can literally pull something out of nothing. If you didn't watch the playoffs last year, then you clearly have no idea what I'm talking about. But if you did, you saw what I'm talking about. And he did that all through the regular season last year. Caleb Williams. That's how I don't know if he gave himself the nickname Iceman or if someone else gave it to him, but he's definitely taken it and running with it. But that's how we got that nickname, the Iceman. And then you pair that with their Andy Reid at head coach in Ben Johnson. That is a duo, and that's why I credit all of Kansas City's success to the pairing of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. And Chicago has found that with the Bears. And I think the rest of their division is getting worse. I think the Packers are not going to be as great as they were. I think the Lions are going to continue to take a step back. And I think the Vikings, if you got two quarterbacks, you don't have one, Vikings. So you need to figure that out before you get back onto the main stage. But I think that the Bears are definitely making the playoffs next year.
So I think they make the playoffs. I disagree on the comp. I think there's a chance down the road that what you said about the Bears can comp into Kansas City and the similar we're way too ahead of ourselves there. They finally made the postseason. It was I think that's a bit much.
Well, hang on. Let me push back a little bit because Chiefs fans are very protective of their Chiefs, as rightfully so. They obviously.
This is not me defending the Chiefs.
It's the most
more that you comparing Ben Johnson to Andy Reid. I mean, that's just a bit of a stretch.
Well, but I mean, are they not quarterback whisperers? Like, did Ben Johnson not turn the Lions into essentially an offensive juggernaut in that run to the NFC title game a couple years ago?
Has to at least get to an NFC title game, for crying out loud. Prove that he can win a division multiple years in a row.
Okay, but Andy Reid early on in his career, though, what was his biggest knock? But he was going to four NFC all these years in the Eagles. He didn't get over the hump, but he got to 4 of them. Okay. Granted, it's early. It is very early. It's the first year. Andy Reid didn't win in his first year in Kansas City, did he?
Of course not.
No, it took a couple
he did.
Years.
He actually did. He actually year one they made the playoffs in year one right away.
Well, okay. Well, yeah. They so did Ben Johnson with the Bears. So what I'm saying is it's not. First of all, I don't think there's any team I could say that I could comp to the Kansas City Chiefs that you would agree with, and I think
there's
true
not a
for
team because they
anyone
haven't done anything.
Anyone with the
Yeah.
Chiefs fans. Well, right, but that's what I'm saying. Like you can't. Okay, so I have to wait for them to do it before I can say that they are similar in veins.
Yes, the same way after the Chiefs won their first Super Bowl, you couldn't comp them to the Patriots dynasty after year 1, but you maybe could after 3 years in a row making the Super Bowl. Like there's a difference.
I think if you go back to the start of where the Chiefs were in the Andy Reid era and where the Bears are right now with the Ben Johnson era, I think it's very similar. I think it is very similar in vein, and that's where I'm going with. Will the Bears have the success? Probably. The Bears probably will not go on to win 3 Super Bowls in 5 years. That's probably not going to happen. But I think comparably to where they're at right now, to where the Chiefs were at the start of their Andy Reid era, I think it's very similar right now.
Yeah, but look, you might be 5 years from now, you're way ahead of the curve, maybe. Like you're way ahead of the curve.
That's why I said it was very Skip Bayless of me.
Andy Reid also started his time in Kansas City with Alex Smith as his quarterback. Then they drafted Patrick Mahomes. Ben Johnson walked in the door, had Caleb Williams there. But anyway, we'll see. We can revisit this. Let's.
This is a good. Yeah.
Let's welcome in our guest Tyler Sullivan from CBS coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds over at BetMGM. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. Continuing to go through the NFL schedule, of course, the build-up all week long. A lot of overreactions to some of that. To talk more about what this schedule might mean for the fall, we go out and welcome in Tyler Sullivan from NFL, covers the NFL, I should say, for CBS Sports, and kind enough to give us some time here at Tyler Sully on Twitter and X. We were talking about the Bears and the Chiefs in the last segment a little bit. What do you make of, I guess, the overreaction we were talking about, which is some people were trying to predict some things, and I'll ask you what your prediction is, which was maybe a Bears team missing the playoffs in 2026.
Yeah, I would push back on that a little bit. I don't know if necessarily they're going to fall off a cliff in 2026. Remember last year, the Chicago Bears were tied for the second toughest strength of schedule in the NFL. What happened last year? They kind of took the league by storm, had Ben Johnson, obviously Caleb Williams going into year two. So I don't know if necessarily just because they have the toughest strength of schedule for 2026, that necessarily means that, okay, they're going to start cratering. I think that this team, and I was listening to you guys before I jumped on, they're too talented, I feel, to kind of take that step back. If Ben Johnson is everything we think he is, if Caleb Williams is everything we think he is, the head coach quarterback combo typically wins in the NFL at a pretty good rate. And I think that their ceiling compared to the rest of that division is higher than anyone else's. So I have a hard time thinking that Chicago is really going to take a dramatic step back. Maybe they don't win the division. Maybe they make it in for a wild card standpoint. But ultimately, I think this still is a playoff contention team.
Tyler, Thanksgiving Eve, Black Friday, Christmas Eve, Boxing Day, like Columbus Day. I feel like every holiday this fall is going to be taken up by football. The second, third, sixth, and eighth days of Hanukkah all have a football game on them. Like, at what point is the tipping point for the NFL? Like, do you think we're close, or do you think it's just going to continue to expand until we have football on all 7 days of the week throughout the entire fall?
Well, there's two questions there, right? Is it too much? Yes. Is the NFL going to stop? No. We are going to get football for pretty much every day of the week at some point. It just feels like that is the way the league is going. And I do understand that there is a emphasis to continue revenue and continue growing and to continue putting the budget of the NFL on an upward trajectory, right? Like, I can understand it from a business sense, but you have to be smart about it, because I do think in this year, more than ones that I can remember, I feel like there actually has been some pushback from the general public to say, you know what, that is a little too much football. As much as I do love it, there is a limit to how much I can actually give to this sport on a week in and week out basis. It's a problem that the MLB has faced with many years. The NBA has started to deal with in terms of oversaturation with the product. The NFL, one of the beauty things about it at a certain point was you could pretty much watch the entire league in a day, or at least have a good grasp of what the NFL is on a week-to-week basis by sitting on your couch on Sunday and basically watching the entire league unfold. Yes, you have Monday Night Football. Yes, you have Thursday Night Football. Those were one-offs that were a little bit more palatable. But now you kind of get all of these games, and by the time we get to the Monday, you're kind of gassed, right? Like, you do kind of feel like, oof, boy, if this is not a good Monday Night Football game, not that you're tuning it out, but you're not paying as much attention as you typically would after a full Sunday slate. So I do get the standpoint of putting too much on a fan's plate and maybe asking a bit too much. I think we're starting to get there, but does that mean the NFL is going to roll back some of these Thanksgiving Eve, Black Friday games? I don't know if that's going to be the case.
How do you judge just the difficulty of the schedule for some of these teams? Because everybody, the easy way is people will just say strength of schedule. Oh my gosh, they got the fifth easiest schedule. I think that's not necessarily the best way to do it. Some people look at Vegas win totals. How do you judge, or can we really judge? And we always overreact to these, oh my gosh, this 4-game stretch of games is so tough. But as you know, by the time we get to week 10, some quarterbacks hurt, some team just doesn't meet expectations. So how do you judge who truly actually has a tough schedule heading into the year?
There has to be a blend, right? You can, yes, look at strength of schedule from the previous year. That can give you some of the equation, but I don't know if that tells the whole story, right? Because what have all of those teams been doing between the end of the previous season and now? They've been improving their roster, at least trying to, right? Bringing in players from the NFL draft, going into free agency. So the team that ended 2025, that calculates that strength of schedule metric, it's not the same team that those teams are going to be facing in 2026. So you can't use that as a Bible to say, okay, Chicago Bears are a great example. They have the toughest strength of schedule. Well, those teams that they're playing in 2026, they're not the same as what they were in 2025. I do like looking at the win totals, and Sharp Football does a really good breakdown of combining all of them and doing a strength of schedule from that standpoint. I think that probably tells you a little bit more of the story in terms of what those teams are projected to be. But remember, that's a projection of what they are going to be. So you do have to look at in terms of mileage. You have to look in terms of when the bye comes in, when do you have road trips and how daunting are those? How many primetime games you're going to have? So you can't really look at one specific thing and say, okay, I'll circle it. That's why X team is going to struggle or why that team is going to thrive in the following season. You kind of got to look at a couple of different things and then formulate your own opinion.
I think the FCC is going to fine me for saying this, but Cam Ward, he's got to be the least talked about number one overall pick in the history of forever. And now he's going into his second year without a primetime game, which I believe is the first quarterback since Vinny Testaverde to be the number one overall pick and not have a primetime game in their first two seasons. Like, I understand. Look, I've worked in national radio long enough to know that the Tennessee Titans don't necessarily move the needle without stacking wins, which they haven't done in, a half decade, it seems like. But you got to think that Cam Ward, having a number one overall pick at quarterback when in a league that's built on quarterbacks, and even Netflix is throwing him a spot on their quarterback series. The NFL, you got to think, has got to want to showcase him at least a little bit, no?
Yeah, it is surprising, but that's kind of been the story for Cam Ward throughout his entire career in the NFL. I mean, the second he was picked, right? The second he was picked number one overall by the Tennessee Titans, we talked about it for maybe, 30 seconds, and then all of a sudden the Jacksonville Jaguars trade up to number 2 for Travis Hunter, and you're like, okay, now we're going to talk all about Travis Hunter. He was the clear-cut number 1 pick, but nobody treated him like that during the pre-draft process. Everybody was paying attention to Travis Hunter, and that's kind of been the case throughout his career this far. Again, only one season, but as you referenced, no primetime games. You would think that the NFL would want to highlight one of their promising young quarterbacks. And one of the sneaky things about the tail end of last season was that Cam Ward started to break out. I believe it was like his final 9 games or 7 games. He had about a 90 passer rating compared to, I think it was like in the 70s over the first couple of 10 games. So if this is a quarterback that is on the rise in year 2, I mean, we just saw it in New England with Drake May, and it's a little bit different of a scenario. I don't think that the Titans are going to the Super Bowl or anything like that, but you have a young quarterback that showed promise in year 1. You bring in a new head coach going, hopefully, to kind of give that organization more structure with Robert Saleh. You have Brian Daboll, who questions as a head coach, but I don't think you have as many questions about him as an offensive coordinator. I think that he should be able to fix things or at least make them a little bit more prolific. You use a top 5 pick and a wide receiver. Like, there are a lot of attractive things with the Tennessee Titans offense, but I just wonder, it's a smaller market. You have other teams maybe that you want to vault up there. The Chicago Bears, the Patriots, the Commanders are another team that I think that the league is going to want to usher in those young quarterbacks a little bit more than, say, Cam Ward. But I think you're right. I think that there is an opportunity here, or there is a possibility that we'll get to midway through the first, or we'll get like through the first month of the season, month plus of the season, and say, man, Cam Ward's kind of balling right now, and nobody saw it coming.
We're talking to Tyler Sullivan. He covers the NFL for CBS.com, at Tyler Sully over on Twitter and X. You're north of Boston. You keep a close eye on the New England Patriots. We know they got a bunch of primetime games early on. They have a rematch against Seattle to open up the season in Seattle. You got all the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini stuff going on. Do you think that the best thing for Vrabel is just we get to football season? Like, do you think there's a scenario where once we get to football season, it becomes somewhat of a non-story, or is it going to be a problem when they go into these stadiums and fan bases are going to be saying stuff? Who knows? We were joking. Are they going to be playing, Dirty Diana on the Jumbotron and stuff like that?
I think that fans are definitely going to use this as a something to rib Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots throughout the season. I think that is inevitable. I mean, we were going into this schedule release thinking like, oh my goodness, what are the Chargers going to do? What are some of these teams going to do about the Mike Vrabel situation? Are they going to reference it? What is that going to look like? Is the league going to step in and say, hey, don't do anything here? And that's a whole story. So I think that's inevitable to anticipate fans doing something in terms of the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini situation. Now, if you're Mike Vrabel, do you want to get to football? Absolutely. You just want all of a sudden to have your job feel like your job again. And that is coaching on a week-to-week basis, bringing in players, and hopefully that success of the Patriots, if they continue to win, then all that talk maybe starts to go away, provided that there are no more news items that come out, no more pictures, which it does seem like every week there's a new chapter in this saga. So we'll see what happens there. But I think that there is something we have to point out with this saga, and I referenced it earlier. That goes away if they continue to win and they continue to be a Super Bowl contender. If all of a sudden they start losing football games early in the season, and the beginning of that schedule is not like last year. It is not a cupcake schedule. It is very difficult for the Patriots. If they start to lose, and it seems like things are kind of coming off the tracks a little bit, you best believe people are going to be pointing out to being like, okay, is the situation off the field impacting the team on the field? That is certainly going to be a question if the Patriots struggle early in 2026.
Do you think the Patriots make the playoffs? Because, and again, however much stock you want to put into the strength of schedule based off of last year's win totals, they do have the sixth toughest schedule going into 2026. We all know the Super Bowl hangover is a real deal. Like it's affected just about every team that's lost the Super Bowl over the last decade. Do you think that they miss at the playoffs?
I think there's a possibility. I do. I think that every year there are teams that were on the outside looking in on the playoffs. They vault themselves back in. And if you go by that logic, some teams need to be on the outside looking in the following year. They have to fall out of the playoffs. And I just think that the Buffalo Bills saw what happened last season and know that they missed a golden opportunity to not only get to a Super Bowl, but win a championship. And I think they've used this offseason to retool, bringing in DJ Moore at wide receiver. Hopefully that gives them a Stephon Diggs light type of option for Josh Allen and make that offense a little bit more prolific. So I think Buffalo is going to be back in the conversation, should be the favorite to win that division. So now we're talking about New England as a potential wild card entry. Right out of the gate, that means they're at risk of potentially missing the playoffs. And when you look at organizations like the Kansas City Chiefs and the Baltimore Ravens, who were missing the playoffs last year, I would assume that they're going to be back this year. Again, when you have Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, it's literally impossible to almost not make the playoffs. So I do think that Drake May is an MVP candidate type of quarterback, obviously finished second a season ago. I do think for all of the issues off the field, Mike Vrabel is a phenomenal head coach, just won Coach of the Year. There are good things in a good foundation with the Patriots, but I just wonder, with a more competitive schedule, with a more competitive conference, with all of these quarterbacks coming back, Joe Burrow is another one in Cincinnati, they should be back in the conversation. You start to do the math, and there is a legitimate possibility that, yeah, they could be on the outside looking in and missing the playoffs after getting to a Super Bowl a year ago.
Tyler Sullivan at Tyler Sully over on Twitter and X. He covers the NFL for CBS.com. Appreciate it, man. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thanks for coming on.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Good
Thanks, Tyler.
Talking NFL schedule here on BetMGM Game Day. He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. Up next, we got some sounds of the week to get to on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll talk some Major League Baseball as we get closer to Memorial Day weekend. And this is, 30+% almost way through the MLB season already. Kyle Schwarber continues to stay hot, hitting a couple homers again. We'll get into some of these divisional races, including what is happening out in the American League East. So that's coming up in just a bit. Don't forget, you can interact with us on YouTube and Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight. Also, call or text 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. It is the time of the show, though. We get to some of the sounds of the week, and we start with the Paul Feinbaum Show and the talk around a 24-team playoff happening in college football.
24 is the worst possibility, I think, in the history of this game. Why, Greeny? Because it is going to devalue, dilute, and perhaps destroy the greatest football season of them all, and that's the regular season in college football. The big games at the end of the season are going to be meaningless. This is not the NFL where you try to position for a wild card or a home field. There just simply aren't enough good teams, and I respect Jim Phillips. You introduced me to him, Greeny, a couple of years ago, and he's become a very good friend. But the fact that the ACC campaigned against Notre Dame by pushing Miami is just laughable, that now he's talking about Notre Dame being a championship-worthy team. They weren't a championship-worthy team. They lost 2 games, and they really didn't have that much of an argument. But the point is that television and all these other forces are driving it. This is about the Big Ten, and they're getting a lot of help. And the SEC is right to say, no, we don't want that. And by the way, the most important thing Jim Phillips said, if I can say this on ESPN, is that ESPN doesn't want it either. And right now, they control the CFP.
So that was Paul Feinbaum on ESPN. I actually usually don't agree with Paul Feinbaum on a lot. I agree with him about the regular season concern, though, Austin. You get to a 24-team playoff, and it's not happening this year. We're still at least a year or so away, let me be clear. There's still got to be a process to vote. The coaches have recommended that they want this. Some of the conferences want it. But I think it absolutely would hurt the regular season. All of a sudden, we go from talking about, oh, man, that's a huge game, November 5th. They can't lose this, and they're probably out of the CFP. To now it's like, well, they lose. They can still be like the 22nd team. They can still be an at-large team that gets in. I don't like that at all. I think, honestly, 16 is the perfect number. I would stop at 16 if we get there.
I don't want to come across as a hating the playoff hipster, but I was hating the playoff before it was cool. I'll be honest. I didn't even want a 4-team playoff, let alone what we've got 12 now, what is eventually going to be 24. It's funny. All week I've been hearing everyone push back against this playoff. Nobody wants this playoff except the people who make the decisions. And that's usually the way it goes. Nobody wanted commercials on Hulu except the people that make decisions. Nobody wanted patches on jerseys in sports except for the people who make the decisions. If there is money to be made, people are going to milk every dollar out of everything. It's the in corporate greed that we've got here in America. Like it's incessant, and it will not stop. Like people will continue to do this, and it sucks because the product is losing. College football is the only sport that we watch. Think about it, that the regular season means everything. But now, as the playoff expands, the regular season is going to mean less and less and less. The Iron Bowl that usually takes place the last week of the season, all rivalry games that take place the final week of the season, you're going to have teams resting starters. Those games are going to mean nothing. Rivalries are going to mean nothing in college sports anymore, which is really disheartening to those of us who grew up absolutely loving college sports. I love college football. I used to love the BCS days because it only took the 2 best, meaning every week was a playoff. If you lost in September, you were eliminated from BCS contention, essentially. And you had to hope for other teams to lose for a chance to get back in, which a lot of times did not happen. So that's why I hate this for college football. It's going to be an entirely different sport once they eventually, and it's not if, it's when they move to 24 teams.
It will be. Yeah, it will be. The only part that I find kind of rich, though, from Paul Feinbaum, while I agree with most of his take, is now that the Big Ten is the better conference, right? They've been dominating. They've been since the NIL era, both in basketball and in football, the Big Ten is better than the SEC. Sorry, they have been. Is now he doesn't like that the Big Ten is pushing the action. When it was
Right.
the SEC was
Right.
controlling everything. So that part, I'm like, I'm not
Sure.
gonna feel sorry for you, man. This was the SEC was running things for a while. Now the Big Ten, whatever they want is going to happen. More so than if the SEC doesn't want it. That's just the reality, man. It sucks when the shoe's on the other foot, and that's what's happening. All right, elsewhere, sounds of the week. How about Josh Hart explaining why maybe he's not a fan of the Knicks' extended break?
Sweep is great, right? You know what I mean? But dog, 7 days minimum off, no games? That's torture. I'm over here just doing nothing, hanging up art.
To feel something.
Yeah, Adam, come on, we gotta lock in.
So basically what you're saying is you would have rather like a 7-game battle?
That's not what I said. There's like an in-between there, buddy.
What, a gentleman sweep? 6-game battle? What would you have wanted?
I don't know. I don't like this. Too much time. We're in a good rhythm right now. JB's passing the ball, getting off the rock. Cat's passing the ball, not yelling at the refs. OG needed a break.
Yeah, OG's probably happy about it.
Hooping. Mike Brown found his glasses. He's locked in.
Deuce
We're
McBride.
there. Deuce McBride, 5 trays. Like, we're solid. We're in a good rhythm.
That's from the Roommate Show. Josh Hart's got a great personality. If you've never watched his show or listened, you can tell just from that clip. I will say this: talk about hanging artwork and everything like that. I will say when you're playing as well as the Knicks are, I'm sure in the back of their mind there's a little concern, like we're playing so good, we don't want to kill the vibes here. So I get, I understand a little bit of the concern.
Look, Adam Silver is an ideas guy, right? And he loves to push like ridiculous progressive ideas for the NBA. Hey, instead of an in-season tournament, let's do an in-playoffs tournament where the teams that have these ridiculously long breaks have something to do to pass the time.
All right, those are the sounds of the week. Up next, let's talk some Major League Baseball here on BetMGM Game Day. Rowan Kavner going to join us. Going to talk some baseball from Fox Sports, get his insight on what we're seeing right now, specifically with Kyle Schwarber and also a couple of these young studs that got called up early in the season.
a high fly ball out to right center field. O'Hearn going back. It is gone. 2-run home run, towering shot for Kyle Schwarber. And the Phillies have cut this lead to 3. It's a 6-3 game.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
A pair of homers last night for Kyle Schwarber and the Phillies as they inch closer and closer to 500 under Don Mattingly, of course, after the firing of their manager Rob Thompson a couple weeks ago. That call over on NBC Sports Philadelphia as we continue here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Don't forget, you can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. You can listen on affiliates across the country and also over on SiriusXM channel 375. Let's talk about the Phillies a little bit and also some of the other storylines going on right now in baseball as we are north of 25% way through the season. We welcome in, of course, Rowan Kavner from FoxSports.com. Give him a follow on Twitter if you don't already. We just heard that the home run there from Schwarber and the pace that he's on right now is pretty impressive, and he's in a groove. But the Phillies, what is, is this just, hey, baseball? What has changed here with Don Mattingly? Suddenly they're 2 under 500.
It's a lot like what happened when Rob Thompson got his job now, and now it's kind of just the opposite where, sometimes you're just sort of looking for a spark, and it might not have been anything that he was doing. I mean, if you talk to people in that clubhouse, they were pretty torn up about him leaving. So this isn't a situation, I don't think, where, it was necessarily something he was doing. It's just there's maybe a spark. And also that team was not a 9-19 team. I think everyone was kind of, you look at the teams that were really underperforming, I think you saw that rotation and thought there's just no way it's this bad for forever. But whatever Don Mattingly has done here, it's clearly sparked something. And when you have Schwarber in one of those zones like he's in right now, when you have Harper playing at the level that he can play at, these things can happen.
Rowan, I never thought I would be bringing the words cockfighting up in a MLB discussion. But the stuff that is going down with new Dodgers closer Edwin Diaz, not only, is he dealing, with some injuries, but now he's dealing with some illegal cockfighting ring that he is based on his quotes, it's like that's his home. Like he almost loves it more than baseball. Can you make any sense of what is going on in LA?
Yeah, there's not much to say yet. And the other part of it, as you mentioned, is he's hurt right now. So he's not available to go kind of talk. You don't have to, corner him in his locker and go, what the hell's going on, dude?
Yeah, right.
But, so look, more details are going to obviously emerge. We don't really know a whole lot at this point. But yeah, at some point, this is just going to have to be addressed. It's just bizarre, right? Whether or not something was happening, to get those quotes out is very strange. You would think that would not be something any player, let alone a prominent player, would say. But yeah, at this point, it's just so early that we just don't know a whole lot.
Thinking of the Dodgers, though, if I would have told you that stacked lineup, that Shohei's leading the way or Freddie Freeman's leading the way, you said, oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously. How about Max Muncy? I mean, he's been their best hitter here recently. What do you notice about the 35-year-old third baseman who's got 11 homers on the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And look, we know kind of when he's in a groove what he can do offensively and the kind of 3 true outcome profile. It's taken a leap this year. He's a little bit more removed from some big injuries. The big thing that stood out to me is how good he's been defensively. I mean, this was a guy that shifted off from first base, and you thought, can you play him a little bit at second? Can you play him a little bit at third? Whatever. He's been kind of a fine, passable, average third baseman. He's been one of the best defensive third basemen this year by most metrics. So when you have him in an offensive groove and giving you that defensively, he's just straight up been one of the best third basemen in baseball this year. And as you mentioned, they've needed it. It's really been the bottom of this lineup, which is bizarre and insane, that has kind of carried this team to this point. And you got to think, all right, at some point, Shohei's going to get going. At some point, Mookie is healthy now and hasn't looked great so far, but, he's back. There's just so much firepower. You're starting to finally see Kyle Tucker get going, which, with all the other stuff happening, that's kind of been the one thing that's kind of, I feel like, gone a little bit almost under the radar. So he's finally getting going now, and obviously that would be huge.
Rowan, I come to you from Chicago, and this weekend we've got the Crosstown Classic going on between the Sox and the Cubs. And, it's funny. It's like I think the Cubs are essentially what we expected the Cubs to be this year, especially, with the addition of Bregman to that offense. But the White Sox are currently at 500, and going into last night, they were a game above 500. It should be noted that date should live in infamy that the Sox were above 500 this late into the season. And I know it's only May, but are the Sox ahead of schedule? And do you see them being able to sustain this level, at very least, like hover around maybe right above or right below 500 throughout the rest of the season?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps them that they're in the division they're in, and so there's no one really kind of running away with that. And so when you're sitting there at 500, it looks a whole lot better. But I mean, yeah, this is way better than I think. The timeline has been accelerated, and obviously the thing that stands out there is Murakami performing the way he is now. He has a 43% whiff rate. It's so far and above, beyond what the next highest qualified player is. If he's going to go hit 50 home runs, you can live with that. Now, the question is, will he do that? Will he have this cold stretch? Because if he does, that's not going to be so sustainable anymore. Now, the value's super high. That's the guy I'm just so curious about. When you get a guy like that on a 2-year deal, you got to try to extend him. And if you can't extend him, I mean, you're not going to win the World Series this year. It's great if you can find a way to hover around 500, maybe sneak into a final wild card spot. What a huge story that would be. But this isn't a team that's built to make a deep run right now. So that's a guy I would at least be interested. Like if you're the White Sox, you at least have to hear what teams would offer for something like that, I think, unless you really believe that you can extend him. And with kind of a weird ownership situation kind of going on right now, I'm curious if they would even be willing to do that. We haven't really heard much yet. But it goes beyond him, right? Like you're not going to be 500 just because he's hitting home runs. Colson Montgomery's taken a huge step. We've finally seen the Miguel Vargas breakout that I think since he was a Dodger, you've sort of been waiting for and wondering if he can give you that. They haven't even done this with Kyle Teal yet. He's coming back here soon, so that's a huge boost. And the pitching's been better than I think people expected. You have Davis Martin, who's like one of the best pitchers in the American League this year. So a lot has gone right. Do I expect them to be a 500 team when this ends? Probably not. I think they're playing a little bit above their skis right now, but there's some really intriguing, exciting young pieces there.
While we're in the AL Central, we're talking about a team that is exceeding expectations. I think one of the more disappointing teams in baseball right now is in that division, and that'd be the Kansas City Royals. They're now 7 under 500. What have you noticed about them? I mean, I'm based in Kansas City, so I'm curious to get your perspective on it as well, where fans have pretty much turned on manager Mac Potrero at this point in time. Salvador Perez looking more like Father Time has caught up to him, and yet he still is batting there in the 3 spot in this lineup, and it's been a big problem for them.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of covered it all there. And I think Bobby Witt's season, again, is sort of like flown under the radar because in the midst of all of this, he's still arguably the best player in baseball right now. And he's been really hot, and yet they're still losing and losing and losing. And look, if that rotation isn't one of the better groups in baseball, they're going to have problems. And they've, Lugo's been hit around lately. I know Walker's been solid, but if that's not like a top 10 group, there's just not enough offensive firepower. And as you said, if we're maybe seeing kind of the end portion of the Salvador Perez, as an offensive difference maker, then that's problematic. And if Vinny's not powering away, which he hasn't been, like, the Michael Garcia emergence that we saw last year, it's not been quite the same this year. So there's so much reliance on their best players being incredible, and Bobby Witt has been very, very good, not to the level necessarily that he could be offensively yet, although he's obviously heating up. But those kind of secondary characters have to be more starring role players, and we just haven't seen that yet.
Let's drive east on I-70 and take it to St. Louis. I talked about the White Sox kind of seeming like they're ahead of schedule. A team that's really seeming like they're ahead of schedule is the St. Louis Cardinals. They are currently in third in the NL Central and 8 games over 500, but they only have a run differential of +3. Is this one of those playing above their skis teams, or is this a team that will be able to sustain it for the long run, especially in a division with the Cubs and Brewers sitting atop of them?
Yeah, I mean, I think they have enough offense to stay interesting, especially if Jordan Walker is just like one of the best offensive players in baseball now. That would be quite a big difference. And you have enough guys there offensively that, I think can kind of keep this thing afloat. Herrera's great. Burleson, you have Weatherholt helping out now. I don't know. I don't think they have the pitching to really be, a contending team in the National League right now. And I'm really curious, what they do to continue to add young pieces. You have the Heim Bloom kind of switch over now, where it's definitely not a team that's thinking they're ready to compete in 2026. This is still very much about which of these young guys can kind of be a part of the next great Cardinals team. So, there's enough offensive pieces that I think they'll still be kind of like in the mix, kind of around maybe 500. I just don't think they have the pitching yet to really be a team that you'll be like scared of.
Talking some baseball here on BetMGM Game Day, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. As Rowan Cavender from foxsports.com joining us here on Westwood One Sports. In the American League, I'm sure you're well aware of the discrepancy here with the AL and the NL right now. Maybe it balances out. It is kind of bizarre. It seems like everybody really is in it still in the AL. I'm guessing it'll balance out, but what does this maybe set up as we get closer to the deadline? And I recognize there's been a few trades that have already happened. I mean, the Guardians went out and got Patrick Bailey, but it feels like you got to have a partner that thinks they're out of it to trade. So where are we at moving forward?
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of people, and I've asked around the game too, and it's just like, who are the guys who could go at the deadline? And it's just who's out of it, and the teams that you would maybe say are kind of out of it. What, the Red Sox, the Royals? I have a really hard time if they're still within striking distance of a wild card spot that they're just going to say we're blowing it up, we're giving up this year, it's over. So that makes it really difficult to kind of gauge which of these teams would actually kind of do something. Now, I mentioned, the Murakami part of things with the White Sox. That'll be interesting to see if he generates interest. Everyone's just going to keep talking about, will Mike Trout play somewhere else? There's just been no indication that he wants to do that, or that a team wants to go take on $180 million for, a guy in his mid-30s who has a history of a lot of injuries, as good as he's been and as awesome as this has been to see. The other one is, would the Astros move on from Yordan to really try to go bolster something? I also have a hard time seeing that. And that's also a division that has, like pretty much every other team, other than the East, where you have the Rays and the Yankees at the top, the West and the Central, a 500 team can dream of making a deep playoff run here. So the really kind of the big hitters there, I still have a hard time thinking they actually go somewhere. And there's some like good pitchers that could, be on the run. I think Sandy's obviously going to be a name you see. Like, if the Royals keep tanking, would they do something with Lugo or Waka? Could you see, maybe the Giants with Robbie Ray? I know we're talking National League now, but Joe Ryan's a name to watch. So there's like some real maybe difference-making pitchers, not ace types right now that I think would be going anywhere, but I think you're kind of looking at that, 2, 3, 4 starter in the playoffs.
Cal Raleigh broke out of his slump just in time to land himself on the IL with an oblique strain, which really stinks, the timing of that. But in a way, I've got a two-part question here. One, do you think maybe the timing of this is probably best for Cal, coming off of a 60 home run season, wasn't finding it this year, like almost kind of, obviously, like you never want an injury for a player, but giving him the time to just kind of reset himself.
Like, hey, yeah, he wasn't going to take the break if something more serious, I guess, didn't happen, right? And it just felt like he needed some sort of a reset. Yeah. Now, I guess it depends, how long is he out? How does he look when he comes back from that? Like, you'd like to say, okay, if this is just, a few weeks or something, and he looks like Cal Raleigh again, and, in July, we're saying, wow, it's great he got that blow. Like, maybe that's okay. You still don't want to see him go down because there's just not a lot of reliable offense, and he is included in that mix. You've seen Naylor play a lot better, and that's just hugely important. Arozarena has kind of been the one constant over there, but you're just sort of waiting. You feel like you're going to get the one Julio month where he looks like the best player in baseball at some point. We haven't had that yet. When this, weather starts warming up, I think we'll see it. That's still the team. I think, every time they kind of take a step forward and like, okay, now the Mariners are here. Then something happens and, they're still kind of just hovering right below 500. You haven't seen anyone else really challenge. The Astros have been horrible. The Rangers have just kind of been a 500 team. The A's are interesting in that they've taken this first place in a time when like that offense could still reach a whole nother level. And I think it will at some point when they get some bats. But we need to talk about Shea Langoliers at some point. He's just straight up like one of the best catchers in baseball right now. He's not having the Cal Raleigh 60 homer season, but this is kind of the 2026 version of Cal, I think. That it's kind of interesting to watch him right now be able to do what he's doing. So I think there's another level this A's offense can reach. And if they get there, could they start maybe running away a little bit? But I still think Seattle's the team to beat, but obviously they got to get Cal back.
And I guess a quick follow-up there, Rowan. Have you ever showered in your clothes as Cal Raleigh did to break out of his slump?
I haven't, but maybe if I write a really crappy piece or something I feel bad about, I'll just maybe have to shake that one off and move on. So
just
whatever
watch
it takes,
watch
man.
the oblique, though, after. Be careful with your oblique.
That's right.
Yeah, right.
If I
right.
injure my oblique typing, I think it's time to just give it up.
Yeah, exactly. That would be one of the more pathetic things to happen to an individual, I would say. Rowan, appreciate the time, man. Always like having you on the show.
All right, guys.
All right, and Rowan, stay on hold. I'll get your bets for Edwin's cockfighting ring a little bit later. Okay, well I'll take those off the air. Okay.
All right. See you guys.
Rowan Cavender from Fox Sports joining us here. Yeah, the Edwin Diaz quotes that were coming out about how basically he didn't know he didn't know it was federally illegal in Puerto Rico as of 2019 to do that. He claims.
Yeah,
the cockfighting.
His quotes about the cockfighting ring it sounded like me talking about my children, like saying it is my life, and I don't know what my world would be without it. And it's like, are we talking about the same thing here? Are we talking about literally roosters going at it?
I don't know. Do you think do they get trumpet? Do they have trumpets that play them out into the arena as well down there? Does that happen or no? I don't know. That's something.
It's a good question.
His do.
You know what?
His might.
Look, look, in case any of the feds are listening or whatever, I don't want to go to an illegal cockfighting ring. However, I do now want to at least see if there are trumpets. I do want to just go just for that reason, and then I'll be out. I'll be out. So I'm not partaking. I just want to witness.
He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gould. Up next, though, let's get back into the NFL schedule release. It is never too early to lay down some of our favorite bets on the Week 1 lines for the NFL season. There's already a couple games that have my attention. We'll get into those next here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
Shotgun snap, 44 Seattle. He's hit as he drops back. The ball free. Picked up by Noosu. Running down the side. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! It's picked off and a touchdown. Seattle has scored on another turnover. And that will seal it, it seems, right now for the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
That was Noosu, the pick six, all the way back in the Super Bowl over on Westwood One. Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner on the call. Does that not feel like that was like a year ago already? And I know we're
yeah, right.
But like you and I sitting here talking about Super Bowl week, and look what has transpired in sports and in the world since then. I mean, the whole Mike Vrabel thing, we didn't know anything about that. And meanwhile,
yeah,
we're
right.
talking about him coaching his Super Bowl. It's just it's crazy to think how fast everything moves. And here we are. We're already now looking ahead to week one. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. And I don't know if you do this yet. I told you I like the Survivor aspect to map out the week one, week two slate a little bit already when the schedule's out. But of course, you can bet week one over at BetMGM right now. Is there a bet that maybe you haven't made it yet, but that you're keeping an eye on? Because I have made a couple week one bets already because the spreads are all out there. And it's kind of a traditional thing for me. I make a week one bet way out in advance. I like to lock in a line that I might think will move as we get closer to the start of the season as some buzz or some hype happens. So, for example, we were just talking about Chicago a couple segments ago and, what they are as an organization. They're coming off the playoff appearance and obviously feeling good about the direction of that franchise. They take on Bryce Young in Carolina on the road. So it is a road game. Maybe you don't like that, but the Bears -2.5, it's like one of my favorite bets in week one. The Panthers, I understand they ended up making the postseason, but come on now. I still am not sold on Bryce Young. They're not sold on Bryce Young because they just picked up his fifth-year option. They're not giving him an extension yet, nor should they. I think Carolina in that division that they were in, they could easily regress again. So I don't know about you. I love Chicago week one -2.5 against Carolina.
Yeah, no, that's my favorite. I think that's my favorite line of week one. I'm as we talked about, I'm big on the Bears next year. I think they're going to be fantastic. And yeah, the Panthers are, there's so many teams that like you put them down on paper and you're like, what is it? It's like looking at a Picasso painting or like a magic eye, right? And I just have to like stare at them for a while to figure out what it is. The Carolina Panthers are one of those teams for me. The Baltimore Ravens are another one of those teams for me. Like it's like where it's like I certainly expect more out of the Ravens than I do the Panthers, but I just don't know. Like I could see it going either way. So yeah, I mean, if you're going to give the Bears, the 2.5 or give the Panthers, give the Bears 2.5 points. Like I gotta or give the Panthers 2.5 points. I gotta take that, right? Like I think that's a great one. I think another one of the lines that I kind of like is the Seattle Seahawks -4 at home against the Patriots, a Super Bowl rematch, which I think is the game. Yeah, right. Like literally to start the season. I love this because there's a lot of question marks surrounding the Patriots. We do know that obviously you take all the drama aside, playing in Seattle, especially early in the season, is a tough place to play. It's going to be loud. It's going to be raucous. They're going to be hanging a Super Bowl banner there. I like the Seahawks to kind of run away with that game. Plus, I don't think the Patriots are going to replicate what they did last year. I think you are going to see a big Super Bowl hangover from this team. Their division's better. The entire conference is better. I think it's going to be hard-pressed to replicate the magic that they had last year. And their schedule is a lot tougher as well.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's a hangover as much as it is what you just said there, which is like their schedule's just worlds more difficult than what they experienced a year ago. And also, did they correct their offensive line? We all know that was the big story
right
in the playoffs and definitely in the Super Bowl against the Seattle team. Now, so for Seattle, I mean, question-wise, no Kenneth Walker anymore. Their offensive coordinator's now the head coach down in Las Vegas with the Raiders. So what does that do for that team? I'll say I'm not betting it yet because I want to just get a better feel for this, but it's interesting. You think Seattle runs away from that with that game? I think a lot of times what happens, all this narrative about how bad the Patriots looked in the Super Bowl, all the Mike Vrabel stuff. Maybe they don't go to Seattle and win, but I right now I would take the Patriots +4.5. I actually think everybody's going to love Seattle.
Really?
I will fade. I would fade the public there, and I would take the Patriots. And honestly, I would be tempted to take them to go in there and win because that's the kind of stuff that happens when it comes to sports betting, when everybody thinks they got it all figured out. That'd be more of me fading everybody than it is even a belief in New England.
I will say historically, Mike Vrabel, not great in week one. Mike Vrabel coach teams are not great in week one. I believe they did. He won with the Patriots last year in week one, but
No, they lost to the Raiders. Remember, that was a surprise.
Oh, did they?
Lost to the Raiders.
Oh, that's right.
That was the crazy.
Right. Okay.
That was a.
It only plays to my point. Mike Vrabel is not good getting his teams ready for week one. It was like that with the Titans. I don't think I think in his 6 years in Nashville, I think he won maybe one week one game. It's just not his forte. Plus, it is a little triggering you saying that a Mike Vrabel coach team is having issues with the offensive line because that was the perpetual issue that he had in Nashville. So I'm glad to see that the problems that he had in Nashville, he has brought north up to Foxborough.
Yeah. Do you like that? I mean, I guess you already mentioned the schedule stuff earlier. Do you like the Wednesday night though? Because I said this when they talked about doing the Australia game, which is the Thursday night game now, the Niners and the Rams. I was like, look, the only people that should care about that are Seattle fans, making sure they still have the spotlight, which they are, but it's a day earlier.
Right.
The same thing. I'm football starved. I love the fact I get football Wednesday, Thursday, college football that same weekend, Friday, Saturday, NFL Sunday, Monday. Like, I love that we're going to have that week of football Wednesday through Monday.
Yeah, I like it, but to me, it kind of has all the feel of like going out to a bar on a Wednesday night, right? Like if you going out on a Wednesday night, sure, it can be fun, but going out on a Thursday night is just so much better because the next day you've got Friday. If you're a remote worker, you're probably going to be phoning it in anyway. Like Fridays are just a total vibe from start to finish. So you parlay your Thursday evening into a vibe. On Wednesday, it's just a little awkward. It's just like, oh, we're only halfway through the week at this point. So that to me is like, it's not great. But I will say this, and I know I was harping on the NFL schedule early on. By that point, by September 9th, I believe it is, we will be craving football. So yes, I will love getting a Wednesday night game, a Thursday night game. And then I believe that Friday night, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's when our boys kick off. Kansas and Mizzou, Friday night on Fox.
That's
then
true.
We go into a full slate on Saturday. So yeah, it's gonna be one hell of a week for football. I should go put my wife on notice right now. Like I'm gonna be glued to a screen at all hours for that entire week.
Yeah, chill prep. Yeah, I have to watch, honey. I'm sure.
Yeah, babe.
Sure.
What do you want me to do? Look. It's not me. Who do you think puts this roof over our heads?
Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh.
No, she does.
I'm sure that one plays
over.
I'm sure that one plays over real well for you.
She works full time. She'd be like, "I'm pretty sure it's me." Okay, you work in radio. Okay, I'm like, all right, touche.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Anybody that knows that there's no possible way what you said before is true. Yeah, exactly. Let's keep looking at this slate though in week 1 because there's a game that I can't touch yet because the quarterback questions. That's that Falcons Steelers game where Pittsburgh's a 2.5 point favorite in week 1 against Atlanta. The total is 41.5. We all think Aaron Rodgers is coming back still. We think, but we're not sure. Otherwise, it's Drew Aller or Will Howard or maybe Mason Rudolph. And then Atlanta, I think we believe it'll be Tua, but I guess there's a scenario somehow where it's Michael Penix. I was trying to check to see if there was the latest report. My expectation, this will be Tua versus Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, Mike McCarthy's debut as the Steelers head coach. This is not the same Mike Tomlin, stats and trends we could look at where, you give Tomlin X amount of time or Mike Tomlin as an underdog or whatever. This is Mike McCarthy. But I will tell you this, a full offseason, if it is Rodgers, I don't think Pittsburgh is losing at home in week 1, and I don't think they're not covering. That would be another favorite that I would back actually in week 1 would be Pittsburgh. But I'm not betting it this early. I can't do it.
Yeah, now what's funny is like the week 1 slate has a lot of like Spider-Man pointing at himself memes, right? Like as games, like it does feel like the Falcons are in a similar vein as the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? Like a new regime, the quarterback is in question. What's going to happen? Like two teams that play in like very competitive divisions that you think could make the playoffs, but you're just not sure what they're going to do, how it's going to play out. So I think Pittsburgh at home early in the season is always a tough get, no matter who's playing quarterback there. If it's Rudolph, if it's Rodgers, if it's Will Howard, if it's Drew Aller somehow, don't ask me how. But to me, that doesn't matter. I think just Pittsburgh at home week 1 is going to be a tough place to play. But like the Jets and Titans week 1 as well, that's another Spider-Man pointing at himself meme game, like where it's
that's a survivor game. That's one where if you want to, that's one where you roll the dice and you try to get a good start in your survivor league, and do you pick the Jets or the Titans in there and see. There'll be people, I guarantee you, one of those teams, probably the Titans, is going to be very popular in survivor if people have a big pool to play in.
Yeah, no, is it the Robert Saleh revenge game? Is that what
sure,
it is?
Why not?
Okay, because Titans are what minus 2.5 in that game, and I do like I do think this is going to be a Titans team that is better. It's the Titans who have I think they're the only team in the NFL that plays every single one of their games on Sunday afternoon, and most of which are at noon. I think they only have like maybe 3 games that are in even the later window. So like they have like the most consistent schedule. 7 days rest every single week. Like it is like it's pretty wild how it is, but yeah, so I don't know. I think and maybe this is homerism, call it what you want, but I do think the Titans will be better than we expect this season. I'm not huge on them, but I do think like they're definitely going to have, probably I think they're around a 7-win season this year. I think they'll be way more competitive than they've been in years past. I love their rebuilt offense. I love their rebuilt defense, really. And I love the fact that Robert Saleh is there. Because keep in mind, the Jets' defense has not been good since Robert Saleh left. And I think those two correlate completely. So,
sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
One more game I want to take a look at is the Sunday night game, though, in week 1. Then we'll get a break here. Dallas and the Giants. So the Cowboys are 2.5-point favorites. The total sits at 48.5. You know my feeling about the Giants. I know Jackson Dart, there's a big question mark still there, but they're kind of my favorite sleeper pick to win a division this year. Last year it was Seattle to win the NFC West. I did not think they're going to win the Super Bowl, but I did have a bet on them to win the West. This year, that team to win the division, not to make a ton of noise in the playoffs, but will be the Giants to surprise people and win the NFC East. And I'm going to find out pretty early on in the season, man, because they open up at prime time, 2 games right away, and they open up at home against the Cowboys. The Giants are 2.5-point underdogs in this game right away, and I will be probably betting on the Giants in that just to win outright. But I think the spread's about right. The spread's about right. If it ever got to 3, I would love it. Get to the key number of 3. But I think the Giants are positioned with Harbaugh to surprise a lot of people this year. I'm a believer in Jackson Dart, too. We'll see if that backfires, but that's my thought on the week 1 game.
You know how after week 1, we always say week 1 is a liar, right? Like we overreact because it's the first football we've had in 6 months. And whatever we see week 1, we believe to be the truth for the remainder of the season. But it's usually not the case. This is the week 1 is a liar of games. No matter what happens in this game, the reaction from it is going to be off the wall. Because if the Cowboys come out and win this game, oh, look at this rebuilt Cowboys team with their new defense. This is the Cowboys. Like, they're going to be a problem. Or, on the flip side, if the Giants and Jackson Dart and John Harbaugh, hey, they finally found their way. Are the Giants officially back? Like, it is going to be – this will probably be the loudest game from week 1.
That's
of
fair.
Any of the games that we've got there. Like, no matter what happens, we are going to probably react to this the biggest. And First Take has already got their segment covered for Monday morning on September 14th as to what will happen in the Cowboys-Giants game. They'll probably lead the show with it.
You're probably right, especially since we get the Wednesday, Thursday games already. The only other one that could rival or maybe would be Chiefs-Broncos if either the Chiefs and Mahomes look terrible or they look amazing in his first game back. That's the only other one that I think could even push it. But you're right. My only concern right now with the Giants, admittedly, was the news that Malik Neighbors had to have a second procedure. I think they called it a cleanup procedure on that knee injury, but you never like hearing that. They claim he's going to be ready for training camp. It's going to be something though to monitor if Jackson Dart will have Malik Neighbors. Right now, my guess he will be ready for week 1, but that is something to keep an eye on. All right, coming up next though, let's talk about somebody that is likely playing elsewhere, if he's playing at all in the NBA next year. Let's talk about LeBron James next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive an MLB odds boost token and an MLB parlay boost token this weekend. To use the token, all you got to do is you add MLB bets to your bet slip, activate the respective token, and if you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars over at BetMGM. This, of course, is BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. You can watch the show over on YouTube and Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight, and you can access all of our content right over there as well. And don't forget, interact with us there in the chat. We're always keeping an eye on that, plus Instagram and Twitter at Austin Huff, at Alex Gold as well. I mentioned before the break, we're going to get back to the NBA postseason, and we got a Game 7 coming up tomorrow. We've got Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals on Monday night with the Spurs and the Thunder. So we'll dive back into that in just a little bit. But the future of LeBron James, very much in question, and I don't think we're going to get an answer anytime soon necessarily. But with LeBron getting swept by the Thunder in a 4-game sweep, and I don't know about you, they could have played that 20 times, and I don't know if the Lakers win more than once. I mean, that was just not going to happen, man. Without Luka, I mean, that was just never going to happen. So LeBron's non-committal about his future. I just don't see any future in LA, though. Can you give me a scenario where somehow he's back with the Lakers? Because I think he's playing next year. Maybe we can guess on the Cavs or wherever, but it's not going to be LA. I think he wants in his final year to go win a championship, of course, or compete for one. And I don't believe the Lakers will be positioned with the finances to go ahead and do that.
I've done a lot of thinking on this week of where LeBron should be next year. And the more I think about it, initially I was on the train of, exactly like what you just said. He's not coming back to the Lakers, nor should he. He should move on, and he's not winning a championship. Go somewhere where you could win a ring. And Cleveland seems to be that place, right? Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, that would be a great fit for him, which this is actually the first year of what LeBron James's career where he's becoming an unrestricted free agent, which is kind of wild, 23 seasons in, and we're just now seeing it for the first time.
Right.
But if I'm LA, you're probably thinking, it's time to move on from LeBron. But the more I've thought about it this year, I think it's mutually beneficial for both of them to come back and run it back for one more year in LA. And this is why I say this. Let me take you back to before Luka got hurt. I believe it was early April when he got hurt against Oklahoma City. That team was one of the best teams in basketball. I think they went 16-3 down the stretch before Luka got hurt. LeBron slipped into a role that we had not ever seen him slip into as the third guy on that team. He knew that Luka and Austin Reeves were carrying this team, and he just had to play his role. And he adapted to it, to his credit. And the Lakers were rolling because of it. And then now, if I'm on the Lakers side, if you can somehow get LeBron to take a cut, which I think LeBron could and maybe would. If you could take a cut, then you can afford Austin Reeves. You can get Luka back, and you could maybe make a run for another splash free agent. Bolster that roster just a little bit. And plus, you get the luxury of the business of the NBA of hosting LeBron James's final season, which is only going to skyrocket ticket prices, which is only going to skyrocket merch sales. It is only going to be big bucks for the Lakers. So if I am the Lakers, I am doing everything I can to bring LeBron James back and Austin Reeves back and see if they can slide into. Now, granted, it was a very small sample size, but if you can recreate some of that magic, I think it's worth the investment. And at very least, it's worth the year of being able to host LeBron James's retirement party.
I hear you on the Lakers side, but tell me why LeBron should want that. You're right. I hear the argument for the Lakers, but why should LeBron want to return? I know when he initially went out there, it's because he wanted to have his Hollywood production, company and us all there and his kids, and it made a lot of sense. It's been a couple of years now. Does that still apply? Or does he recognize, hey, he's a guy that certainly understands the history of the game and the legacy aspect. And do you want to go back to Cleveland and where it all started? You take a team-friendly deal and have this complete picture. That seems like the storybook ending. And I know that doesn't always happen in sports, but I think he values that quite a bit.
Alex, I'm glad you asked. Again, I've done a lot of thinking about this. Let's start at home. His son plays for the Lakers, right? Being paired up with your son for one more game and not splitting up that iconic father-son duo. And I say iconic with tongue firmly planted in cheek. However, that I do think that plays a big part in it. Uprooting your home for one final season, I think, is another part of it. The stresses of moving and all of that. But also, the Lakers have been an organization for LeBron that has done just about everything. JJ Redick, free agent signings when they brought in Russell Westbrook for LeBron. They've basically cowtailed to his demands. And let's not forget that LeBron James is a guy who is constantly online, right? He sees and hears it all. And he sees and hears the claims of, he got a Mickey Mouse ring with the Lakers. He got a bubble ring, which that could be another topic for another day because I don't believe, I hate that argument. However, I do think that he hears that and he wants to win. I mean, heck, he heard it from Alex Caruso in the series against her about winning real and fake rings. If you heard that mic'd up audio from that series. So LeBron, he wants to get that one ring, and what better franchise to do it with than one of the most historic franchises in basketball, of the franchise that he has been with longer than any other team he's played for, both the Heat and the Cavs. He's been with the Lakers longer. And so why not finish it out at home, make it easy on yourself? That's why I think LeBron would want to come back, paired with all the reasons I laid out before of why the Lakers would want him back.
And here's what LeBron had to say, by the way, about his future after they got swept by the Thunder.
You guys asked me about it, and I've answered questions. Yeah, I don't think I've come out like, retirement is coming. With my future, I don't know. Obviously, this is obviously we're still fresh from, obviously losing. And I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for me, obviously, as it stands right now tonight. I got a lot of time. I'll sit back, like I think I said it last year after we lost, I think, to Minnesota, to go back and recalibrate with my family and talk with them and spend some time with them. And then when the time comes, obviously, you guys know what I decide to do.
Sipping on some red wine, contemplating his future is what LeBron James is doing right now. What percentage would you give on him actually retiring? Because I think it's like 10%.
Like this year?
Yeah.
I zero. There's not a chance he retires.
Zero, okay.
No, he's not going out. He's not going
either.
out with
10%.
a sweep to the Thunder. Yeah, I think it's less than zero. Can it be less than zero?
It can for this show. Yeah, for this show.
Okay, -6% without question.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing you. Obviously, don't think it's any chance. I'm pretty confident it's not happening either. That's why down at 10. But yeah, okay. I was curious just to see where you were at with that. I would be floored. I would be absolutely floored, and I'm with you. I don't think there's any way he's going out with a sweep without his his star player next to him. And yeah, maybe it's not Luka next year, but it's somewhere else.
I think the most shocking retirement announcement I ever heard was either Andrew Luck or Barry Sanders. LeBron James retiring this year would skyrocket both of them if it happened.
For me, the Andrew Luck is definitely the answer. I was just randomly watching that preseason game, and all of a sudden he retired mid-game. That's an all-timer. Fans were like booing him as he's walking off the field. That's an all-timer. That's the most stunning retirement, I think, by far for me in at least my lifetime. And you and I are not too far off in age. I totally with you. I don't remember the Barry Sanders one quite as much, but no doubt. Calvin Johnson, I guess, for somebody might say that.
Yeah,
all right,
another one.
Next, though, let's get back into the NFL. We know the international slate, Christmas Day, Thanksgiving, absolutely loaded. Let's see how good the NFL did with it next here on BetMGM Game Day.
off to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Just after 2 o'clock on the East Coast, it's BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We'll get right back into the NBA postseason. Game 7 tomorrow night in Detroit. Pistons, Cavs, a trip to the Eastern Conference Finals on the line where they will be taking on the New York Knicks. We, of course, also have Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals with the Spurs and the Thunder coming up on Monday night. We'll check in with Dan Favale in just a little bit to talk about the NBA postseason, how those series can play out. And if he agrees, when we were discussing the Spurs Thunder, which this could end up being the new rivalry that we're talking about for 5+ years, and depending on what happens with Wemby and company, what that says about the chances of the Spurs becoming that dominant team in the West for years to come. So that's coming up in just a little bit. Don't forget you can interact 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Also on YouTube and Twitch, you can search BetMGM tonight. To the NFL a little bit here, though, as we continue to look through the schedule release that happened this week. And you've got, of course, the international slate and the NFL pushing these international games. We'll take a look at Christmas in a second. But what do you think there's an international game that is actually going to end up being better than we think? Because week 1, I think it's obvious. It's 2 division teams, Rams, Niners. I think we all know that might end up being the best international game. What I noticed, though, on the international slate I thought was interesting is that not only are they in a couple new countries, they're playing a game in Paris, France for the first time, or you have, of course, Munich involved again with the Patriots and the Lions, is that by the time we get late, like by the time we get into week 9, 10, and 11, how many of those are actually going to be for the same stakes we think? Like Cincinnati and Atlanta. On paper, it sounds pretty decent. Joe Burrow, Cincinnati, but is Joe Burrow playing in that game? Like, is that Cincinnati team actually good? That one has the potential to be way worse than it looks right now.
Yeah, no, it's a great point because it's like, like on paper here in May 16th, it looks awesome, right? But these games are played literally a half a year away, and they're not like so many things can change before then. So, like, I find it hard pressed for myself to get up for a Steelers Saints game being played in Paris in week 7 because you don't know. You don't know what's going to happen. Is Aaron Rodgers going to play for the Steelers, and can he make it out of the tunnel and outside of the first drive of the season without tearing his Achilles? Like, we don't know. So really the only game I think you can get excited for right now is the first one in Melbourne. You're right, a divisional game, 49ers, Rams. It's gonna be great. There's something on the line right away. I think it stinks. And we've harped on this for a while now that they put a division game, a key division game in another country. I think it's
ridiculous.
Stupid. I think it's a disservice to your fans. I feel bad for Rams fans. I feel bad for 49ers fans that an important game has to be played in, over the international date line. And then, but I will say, like, the next game on the schedule, I think is really, it's not just the only game that you can look at with at least some sort of sense of like things being what you expect them to be. But week 3, Ravens, Cowboys in Rio de Janeiro. I think that's going to be a really interesting game because it goes back to those question mark teams we were talking about earlier. Like I could see the Ravens being good enough to be in the AFC title game, but I could also see them being bad enough to not make the playoffs. Same thing with the Cowboys. Like, I could see them being bolstered enough to make a run in the playoffs or miss the playoffs entirely. And also, hand raised, when I first looked at the international game slate and I saw this game in Rio de Janeiro, I read it wrong, but I thought they were playing in Macarena Stadium, which got me real excited.
Was it Maracana Stadium or something like that?
Yeah, Maracana. There's a tilde over the A. I don't know what noise that letter makes. So I don't know. Yeah, so I don't speak. Is it Portuguese that they speak in Rio de Janeiro?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
Okay.
You're right. That's exactly what it is.
And
I think the clear international game that just looks terrible on paper from day one, even that Colts Commanders game, week 4. In London. You and I were talking off air even about the Colts and how I'm not a big believer in them, even with Daniel Jones back and healthy. They were trending in a poor direction prior to his injury. And then you have the Commanders. While I'm intrigued to see if Jane Daniels can stay healthy, but that roster in DC's got some issues. I like their draft, but they've got some issues. Like there's a chance that might end up being the worst international game of the year, unless you look at Pittsburgh and New Orleans and you say by then Pittsburgh's not that good. It's in France, and then the Saints, maybe the fun Tyler Shuck run last year, we find out that he's clearly not the guy.
Well, and going back to the Commanders, Jaden Daniels has some of the best ability of any quarterback in the NFL. The only problem is he's lacking availability, and that dates back to his time at LSU. I mean, this is a guy that is like, if you breathe on him the wrong way, he's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. Which sucks because as fans, we're void of getting to watch a really great quarterback play. And I think you made a great point about the Colts. What are we getting with Daniel Jones and what's going on in Indy? But I will say this, going back to my point from earlier, to the NFL, because I know the NFL listens to BetMGM Game Day every Saturday on Westwood One Sports. NFL officials, these are the games you should send overseas. An NFC team to an AFC team, Colts, Commanders, that's the type of game that you should send to another country. Don't Texans-Jaguars game 2 weeks later in London, that's a divisional matchup. We don't need to be sending these divisional matchups overseas. And I get it. The Jaguars, they're the house band for London. They play half their games in London anyway. But that's my point of, don't send key divisional matchups that can make or break a team's chances of making the playoffs to another country. It's not fair on the players, the teams. It's not fair to the fans.
Yeah, no, with you there. I would also say the way the team that got screwed the most of the international games, it's clearly San Francisco, right? They open up a divisional game in Melbourne against the Rams, and then they got to go all the way in week 11, go on another international trip.
Yeah,
it's in Mexico City. And I understand Mexico City, San Francisco. It's not like a terrible flight. It could be way worse, but still, the fact that they're so separated like that, you of course only have one bye week. So I thought the Niners, from an international standpoint, it's brutal, unless you think they're doing them a favor, getting them away from that electrical substation or something. Other than that, it's a big problem for them. And then you have the Cincinnati Bengals, who don't have a bye week after their international game. So that you would think they'd have the bye in week 10. Cincinnati doesn't. So those are the teams that I thought did not get a benefit of the doubt at all of the international slate.
What do you make of the holiday slate? We kind of talked about it a little bit, but obviously, like our Thanksgiving weekend is jam-packed, which I think people are more okay with. But then you've got not just a triple header on Christmas Day, but then a Christmas Eve night as the appetizer. You're a guy who lives and works in Kansas City. You've obviously covered the Chiefs very closely. That's a team that has kind of been a mainstay on Christmas the last couple of years. Do you like, as a fan of a team that plays on Christmas, do you like Christmas Day games?
No, not if it's my team. Yeah, I mean, look, the Chiefs, from a business end, wanted to be on Christmas again this year. They've tried to establish that tradition. They want to be what the Lions and Cowboys are, but on Christmas. The NFL this year said, no thanks. We'll see. I'm guessing they'll be right back on Christmas next year, assuming the team's decent. But no, I think it sucks. It's more of a personal preference. I don't know. Everybody's family traditions are different for Thanksgiving, for Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate, right? And I will watch all these games on Christmas. It's not that I don't want to watch football. I will watch football while doing family stuff. But you and I both know when your team's playing, it's a different level of locked in, let alone if you do what we do when we're covering this team. So selfishly, no, I hate it. It puts, I mean, this happened last year, a couple of years ago, I guess. It wasn't last year, but the season was already kind of over. But everybody's in a bad mood. Like, my family's diehard football fans, okay? So my nephews, we're all watching, all right? So when, in this case, the Chiefs lose on Thanksgiving or Christmas, it sours everybody. It kind of ruins the rest of the day.
Yes.
You could say that's a personal problem, but I'm just telling you, as someone that grew up watching football, that's how we operate. And so I don't want my team playing on those days. I don't want it to ruin the vibe. We got good vibes. Everybody's feeling good. And all of a sudden you watch your team suck on Christmas and everybody's in a bad mood.
And that's why I loved the NBA on Christmas, because that's a sport where even if your team loses on Christmas, it's not going to sit with you. They got another game to wash it down with, like in 2 or 3 days anyway. In football, if your team loses, you're down and out for the count for the next week. And in this case, on like where Christmas is, earlier in the week, that's a week and a half without your team playing another game. So I'm with you on that. Like my team has not played on Christmas in a number of years, and I'm kind of glad for it. I don't want. I feel bad for Packers and Bears fans. Like, hey, wake up, open presents, and then stress the hell out for 3 hours while your team plays not just any team, but your heated rivals. If you lose to the Packers, if the Bears lose to the Packers on Christmas Day, or if the Packers lose to the Bears on Christmas Day, that's going to be a dreadful Christmas for those households.
No question. Now, there are some people listening that'll say, hey, no, we like it. We'll give as their gift, we'll give them tickets to the game, and it's an easy thing for a whole family. I know there's people that did that here as well. I also know there's some people, though, their spouse won't let them go to the game, though, on those days. Like, I can speak, this is me speaking from family experience. I got a family member that has season tickets. He's not allowed to go. If they're scheduled on Christmas, he knows he has to sell that game. He's not allowed to go. So there's all sorts of issues that come into play. I will say, though, you mentioned Packers Bears. If we're just looking at it from a betting angle, you go look at our friends over at BetMGM and take a look at some of these lines already out for the games. I mean, Texans Eagles Christmas Eve. If CJ Stroud can get things figured out, that could end up being a hell of a game. The Texans right now are 2.5-point dogs. I'm just very concerned about Houston, the way Stroud was looking down the stretch. It's why, I remember, they just picked up his option. I believe they've not given him the extension because he looked like he gets too phased in games. I'm not saying that you can't show emotion, but it's the opposite of, like, quote unquote, good emotion. What I mean is he sees a player get hurt, he makes a mistake, and he just kind of like shuts out, checks out, and you're done. So that to me is a game that could end up being a marquee matchup, or that could be way worse than we think. My favorite game, though, on Christmas is Bills Broncos. I think that's phenomenal.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. And I mean, if the Rams and Seahawks can replicate what they gave us in 2 regular season games last year, you remember that wild Thursday night game, and then they followed it up like a weekend, like I think 2 weeks later with another barn burner. Like I really like what that kind of rivalry has become, and those are 2 Super Bowl favorites, I think, in the Rams and the Seahawks in a divisional matchup on Christmas. It's great. Again, I feel bad for the fans, but it stinks. As for the Texans, man, the Texans are just. I feel like they have all of the pieces in place outside of their offensive line, which I know is a big, huge thing. But if CJ Stroud could just put it together. I mean, like, if he could have just put it together in a game last year, they're playing the AFC title game for the first time in their franchise's history. But he couldn't. And, like, it's like, gosh, I think the Texans thought they had the guy after that rookie year where he comes out.
Oh, it's great.
And then he's just regressed every single year since. And it's to the point now where it's like, yeah, we're just going to take the option and we're probably not going to extend you because you really have to prove it. You really have to prove it this year. And it just stinks because they're wasting years of what is a generational defense, I think. I think it's one of the best defenses in the NFL, what they've got there in Houston.
No doubt.
And if they can't put it together with even decent, because you don't need to be great. You don't need to be Patrick Mahomes. You don't need to be Josh Allen to win in Houston with that defense. You just have to be average, mediocre. And CJ Stroud kind of was that, got them into the playoffs last year. But I worry if he's going to be able to, if we're going to see more of what we got last year or more of what we got his rookie year. And I'm leaning towards more of the former.
Right. And what you kind of said about the defense, I agree with you on how good the Texans defense is. But as you also know, teams don't have 5-year runs. There's always an outlier. You can point to maybe some Steelers teams way back in the day, but normally your defense is not the first, second, third best defense for 5 straight years. It's normally like a 2 or 3 year run.
Right.
Defenses turn over way more than an offense turns over in the NFL. And so I'm kind of with you. It does seem like a missed opportunity. The only part where I will say is interesting about the future of that coaching staff. So I think DeMeco Ryans is a great coach, defensive mind. He's done an unbelievable job there.
Yeah.
The problem, this is my whole issue with defensive-minded head coach and young quarterback, is you got to have an offensive coordinator that not only makes sense but also isn't going to leave. Well, it's been a revolving door in CJ Stroud's defense at OC. They have not found the right OC there in Houston, and that's a big problem. And I'm not saying a defensive-minded head coach can't win Super Bowls. You and I had that conversation around the Super Bowl. They both were defensive-minded head coaches, and of course Mike McDonald is a defensive-minded coach. They won the Super Bowl, but guess what happened? Now Clint Kubiak left for Seattle.
Yeah.
Maybe you think Darnold's established enough now it doesn't matter, but I do think the OC has been a big issue for Stroud there in Houston, and it might be, if you tell me DeMeco Ryans isn't the coach there 2 years from now or a year from now, it's going to be because he failed to have the right OC for his quarterback.
I do believe I firmly sit in the stance of that the NFL does a disservice to their young quarterbacks in a lot of different ways. We've talked at length about throwing them out to the Wolves week 1, starting them as rookies, whether you rest or sit them, which is kind of why I love what the Raiders are doing with Kirk Cousins and letting Fernando Mendoza kind of sit and learn. But another way that they do that is by the turnover of the coaching staff. And you've seen, how many teams have you seen go through coaching staff after coaching staff, and these young quarterbacks that are just trying to learn the speed of the game, let alone new systems every single year? It does a disservice to them. I look at Marcus Mariota as a prime example of, I think, a talent that we had that was phenomenal coming out as a rookie. His first 2-3 seasons in the league, he was great. He was flashy playmaker, but in his first 5 years in the league, he had 5 different play callers. And I think that ultimately led to the, I don't know if you want to call it the yips or, just the regression that he had as a pro, to where he's now a shell of himself. And I think it just does so much damage to a quarterback, and it sucks. And you're kind of seeing that play out in Houston.
No, I think it's the track they're headed on. They got to get it corrected very quickly for Stroud. Otherwise, they're going to have to reset things, as odd as that sounds for a team that has had a historically great defense at times there with the Houston Texans. We'll have plenty more time this offseason to talk about that AFC South. Are the Texans truly the team to beat? Be buying what we saw from the Jags. Trevor Lawrence had the fake haircut and everything going on during their schedule release video as well, which was pretty darn good. But up next, let's get back to the NBA postseason. We got a Game 7 tomorrow night in Detroit with the Cavs and the Pistons. Plus, we now know who is facing off in the Western Conference Final. Dan Favale going to join us next.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
remaining. Mitchell on the drive. Mitchell leans in. Shot blocked from behind by Thompson. He falls down, goes out of bounds.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
That, of course, was the end of Game 5 in the middle of this Pistons-Cavs series over there on ESPN. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day. You can watch the show over on YouTube and Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight. Let's talk more about this NBA postseason. Let's start with what we do know, and we go out and welcome in Dan Favale of Bleacher Report, host of the Hardwood Knocks podcast. Of course, he's kind enough to join us here on the network. And what we do know, Dan, is the Western Conference Finals are set. And this was, I think, when we had you on weeks back, we talked a lot about, would we get a Spurs Thunder Western Conference Finals? That's exactly what we got. Do you think this is truly what everybody wanted? Do you think we're going to get what we or actually get what we think is going to happen in this series, which is seeing Wemby get his opportunity against the Thunder?
Yeah, I'm excited. I got worried when I saw De'Aaron Fox tweak something in that final game against the Timberwolves, because I was like, oh, are we not going to get an even close to full strength series? We're still kind of waiting to see what's going to go on with J-Dub for the Thunder, but the Spurs were a legitimate foil for OKC during the regular season. When you just look at the Wemby of it all, sure, but having all of these guards who are comfortable playing physical defense, but they can also just get downhill and eat up space and handle pressure with the ball in their hands. And now you kind of factor in Dylan Harper hitting his threes or shooting better, at least since the All-Star break overall, and Steph Castle being more of a threat when teams leave him open from there. This is going to be a fascinating chess match from both teams. So I'm hopeful that we get 7 games of it, because I think it's going to be just a basketball sicko masterclass.
Now, not to harp on a team that has already been eliminated by the aforementioned Thunder, but the Los Angeles Lakers have a massive decision on their hands coming up with the future of LeBron James. And we were talking about it earlier, and the more I've thought about it this week, the more I feel like the Lakers and LeBron should run it back for one more year in LA. And I feel like, just not just because, the Lakers as a business decision would reap all of the financial benefits of hosting arguably the biggest retirement party in NBA history, but also this team was really starting to gel. And I know it's a small sample size, but they were really gelling as LeBron kind of slid into that number 3 role behind Austin Reeves and Luka. And I know, Austin Reeves is an unrestricted free agent, and he's going to be, have a high price tag, but if there's a way they can bring those 3 back, doesn't it make sense for LeBron and the Lakers to mutually to run this back for one more year?
I think it absolutely could. And from LeBron's perspective, the fact that he seemed comfortable, at least adjusting to kind of that third wheel role, has to be like a source of comfort for him. And then also the Lakers are better positioned to pay him than any other team. Like, none of the cap space teams are going to go out there and give LeBron money. Maybe you could get the mid-level from the Warriors or take a minimum from Cleveland or New York. And so you combine that with proximity to maybe a title if you're playing with Luka and Reeves. The big thing for the Lakers is, if they want to pretend like next season can be more meaningful than this one with Luka and Reeves, at least, rival the Spurs, rival the Thunder, they got to get more two-way athleticism on the floor, because you're dealing with 3 guys in Reeves, Luka, and LeBron who on any given night just they're going to be net negatives on the defensive end. And so you need someone better than DeAndre Ayton or Jackson Hayes up front. And you absolutely need to get, Rui Hachimura is awesome. The shooting's fantastic, but you need more athletic defensive wings around you, preferably guys who Marcus Smart can do things on offense when he's at his peak. So you need more of those types of players. Can you afford or figure out a way to get those types of players while keeping LeBron and giving Reeves presumably the max? That's the challenge that they really need to figure out this summer.
Going back to the Western Conference Final with the Spurs and the Thunder, do you believe that we're about to see the start of this long-term rivalry, though? I mean, I think that's the big question is, especially if the Spurs are able to knock off the Thunder in this series, is this going to be the rivalry, SGA versus Wemby, that we're talking about for 5+ years?
I want it to be, but I think that was the 2012 Thunder have forever jaded me, because I looked at that team and said, they're going to get back to the finals a ton of time. This is going to be going to see them go up against LeBron. Then injuries and everything. So, and you look at some of these other teams, think about the Kevin Durant era Nets, even kind of the way that the Kevin Durant era Warriors ended. There might be a common denominator there as I rattle off all those teams. I'm just very cognizant that windows open and shut in the NBA all the time, even when it seems like they're built to last. And like the Celtics are kind of that last team where it's all right. They've been around now for the better part of a decade. OKC, we know they could trade pretty much anyone but Shea and still be right there. But I just look at it and I'm going to be grateful for the games we're getting now because we're not going to be assured of this. It looks this way, and I hope it's this way for the next, 3 to 5 years or whatever. But things just change so fast in the NBA nowadays.
Now to the Eastern Conference, we've got a Game 7 going on, but really none of the 7 games have aside from one, have really been all of that close. One, who do you think comes out of the East to match up with the Knicks? And two, how quickly after that game reaches a final do we get the rest versus rust debate in the NBA?
I'm sticking with, I had Cavs in 6, so I'll be stubborn and stick with Cavs in 7. I've probably changed my mind like 80 times throughout this series. Neither of these two teams are convincing.
Yeah.
I think if you're the Knicks, you prefer the Cavs. Just looking at how slow James Harden has been, the turnovers, Donovan Mitchell can't finish at the rim, and the Pistons, even when they lose, you feel them. Like they foul you a ton, they're physical. But Game 7 on their home court, I think they're the smart pick, but I'm going to go with the Cavs because of how up and down Detroit's offense is. The rust versus rest debate, I feel like, has already started a little bit. I think it was the Cavs last year cited that they were off too long after winning in the first round. That's a coward's take. If you get rest in today's NBA, like you might need to work through some rust, but we're talking about like a few minutes is worth. It's that you've played basketball your entire life, the entire season. Taking 7-8 days off should not materially change the way that you're operating, which is why I would imagine the Knicks believe that they're sitting pretty and we're probably rooting for this series to get to a Game 7.
Yeah, we're talking with Dan Favale at Bleacher Report here on BetMGM Game Day. You mentioned what we have awaiting one of these teams, which is the New York Knicks. We Austin and I were discussing just so far what we've seen in this postseason. While the Thunder are the experienced team, they're the defending champs, their path has been pretty easy to this point in time. Is it fair to say that the Knicks have been the most impressive team, though, period, in this postseason? And do you buy what we're seeing?
I think it's easy to say they've been the most impressive, and I do buy it. I don't think that their competition has been all that great. Like Atlanta just, through those first 3 games, they were doing things, but they never had the half-court offense or the personnel to hold up. And then Philly was playing, Joel Embiid was on, like, how banged up he was. But when you look at their doing that, I think is so convincing. A lot of people have cited their defense as a concern over the past whatever months. It's their offense that's actually been more inconsistent. And now that they've made this shift to, we're going to have Karl-Anthony Towns play make from the top of the key, or Karl-Anthony Towns is going to pass out of drives, we're going to run Jalen Brunson off the ball. They've found an equilibrium on offense, and that's kind of terrifying because they have the personnel to have an ugly offense and still be efficient. But now that there's more ball and body movement, or you just don't know what's going to happen with them as much because it's not all Jalen Brunson all the time, or trying to figure out, is Mikal Bridges ball handling, or is it going to be OG Anunoby if he's healthy? That's why I think we have to take it seriously, is that they've unlocked something in Karl-Anthony Towns, including on defense, by the way. I've never seen him play this well defensively for this long, that I think we have to view it as genuine just because it's been 7 games now on the brightest stage, and they've yet to deviate from this script.
Bucks owner Jimmy Haslam made it sound like that Giannis is probably going to get moved before the draft. One, do you believe that timeline to be true? And two, who do you think is best suited to land Giannis with a trade package?
I honestly don't know about the timeline because of how complicated that is. There might be a team that's still alive. Like, what if the Spurs lose in the Western Conference Finals or the NBA Finals? Do they need like a couple weeks to think about whether they want to go after Giannis? I think it's pretty clear he's getting moved, especially like stuff coming out about the team culture and guys just being late for planes that Miles Turner had said. I've never heard anything like that, and I've been doing this for like 15 plus years now. I think it's going to be the Miami Heat or the Warriors, simply because I think a lot of teams are going to talk themselves out of Giannis and giving up all this draft outlay for him when, one, we don't really know how valuable picks are going to be in the new lottery era we believe is going to start next season. And then two, this is like year 3 of him dealing with a bunch of injuries, and he's over the age of 30 getting a massive extension. I think you need a team that's uniquely desperate to give you a bunch of picks and maybe some young talent. And so I look at Miami or Golden State, and if Giannis really wants to stay in the Eastern Conference, the favorite should probably be Miami because he's heading into the last year of his contract. He should have a ton of say over where he goes.
Thinking of picks, we know the draft lottery went last week, and a lot of debate about what's going to happen there at the top. Are you buying any of the noise of the Wizards actually shopping that top pick?
I buy it because I'm trying to remember when it felt like the top 4 is considered generational, but there's like a real debate over there might be 3 or 4 guys that you take number 1. I think a lot of people have turned this into a binary. Is it just AJ DeBanza or Darren Peterson? I think Cam Boozer, the talk about him is legitimate. I don't know how I feel about Caleb Wilson, and people say he could go number 1. So if you're the Wizards and you just play up to the Jazz, for instance, who have the number 2 pick, AJ DeBanza went to BYU. We know Ryan Smith basically fronted the money that allowed the team to even get him. Make it look like you're going to take him and just recoup an extra first rounder or 2 for dropping down the spot. I think also if you're the Wizards and you're looking for a long-term partner alongside Alex Sarr, it's not going to be Anthony Davis. I think even they understand that. And so if you can talk yourself into Cam Boozer or Caleb Wilson, why not see what these teams are willing to give up? You can get 2 additional first-round picks just for dropping down a spot or 2 or 3. I do think they'll consider it just because of the unique circumstances that it seems like this draft is operating within.
The 76ers finally beat the Celtics in the playoffs, but at what cost? What is this team going to do in this offseason? I feel like there's just so much there. Obviously already firing Daryl Morey, but what else should or can they do?
I don't know, man. I hate giving you that answer, but they are so weirdly stuck because their 5th highest paid player next season right now is Dominic Barlow, who makes $3.5 million. How are you supposed to make trades if you view VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey, who are 2 of your 4 highest paid players, as untouchable? No one in the league is taking on the Joel Embiid or Paul George contract without compensation. Maybe there's something you could work out where can you break up Paul George into an RJ Barrett from Toronto, and are you going to take on the Jakob Poeltl deal, or do you take on Emmanuel Quickly in that deal? Is there something there? They also need to prove to me, and I think everyone else, that they are willing to be aggressive when you've spent the past few trade deadlines just ducking the tax on a team that specifically this season was in theory winning now. And I know Josh Harris says that they're going to pay the tax and that the new front office, Bob Myers, that they're going to have carte blanche to spend. I need to see it first because I think the only way they can truly fix this team when looking at their finances is you take some picks, you attach it to Joel Embiid or Paul George, and you try and either upgrade that slot or you're breaking one of them up into 2 or 3 rotation players, because I was worried that Nick Nurse was going to ruin Tyrese Maxey's career with the amount of time he was playing him in these playoffs because the Sixers were so shallow.
Before we let you go, Dan, updated pick, I guess, if I were to give you a free bet over at BetMGM to win the NBA Finals, where would you go now?
I don't know how you can go anywhere other than OKC. Even watching the Spurs and what they've done and how good Wemby's been, what they just did to the Timberwolves, I actually came away thinking that we were too high on the Spurs relative to how they match up with the Oklahoma City Thunder. They have not had J-Dub for basically this entire playoff run, and AJ Mitchell has blossomed into basically a fringe all-star. The depth that they have now on offense with him, the Jared McCain option, and if you're going to have even a semblance of a healthy J-Dub, this team can just come at you from all different areas. They have so many different lineups they could run. They go 10 to 12 players that you want to play deep on any given night. I think they are the easy pick right now, easier than ever for me, quite frankly.
Dan Favale, appreciate it as always, from Bleacher Report, host of the Hardwood Knocks podcast. Thanks so much for the time.
No problem. Thank you guys so much for having me. Take care.
Thanks, Dan.
Good stuff there, talking about the NBA postseason, the finals. He said he had Cavs in 6, so he's sticking with the Cavs against the Pistons tomorrow night. I know we'll have our final picks coming up in the final hour of the show here in the that'd be the 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock hour, I should say. But I think the LeBron. You asked about LeBron though, Austin, and your your theory and scenario there, and it sounds like he's a little he understands and is a little more on board with what you were laying out there because of the financial element of the Lakers.
Yeah, right. And I think, look, I do think, and I do think, yeah, like they need to get bigger. DeAndre Ayton just isn't it, man. Like he's got to be one of the softest centers in the league. And I do think they do, like, I agree with everything he said. They need to get other pieces, but like they're in the best financial spot to do so. And LeBron, like, I could totally see him taking a cut for one final run, right? Like, so they can afford Austin Reeves back, and they can get another, great wing player, as Dan said. So I think that would be the best fit both for the Lakers and for LeBron. Will it happen? I don't know. I mean, I think it's still a coin flip at this point, but I would like to see it happen if I had a say in it at all.
Coming up next, be sure to check out YouTube and Twitch. You guys can chat in there and give us a couple suggestions for the Slump Buster. We know a baseball player tried it. It worked for one night, then he got hurt.
Yep.
I believe Austin has compiled his slump busting list. We'll explain that next.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
it's tough, it's because it's one of those things where I thought I could play through it. I thought I could, tough it out. Ultimately, what's best for the team is me putting my pride aside and taking a few.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
That was Cal Raleigh talking about, unfortunately, the oblique strain that's sending him to the IL. That was after an 0-for-38 slump. We'll get to what he did to break up that slump in just a second. Don't forget, this is BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. You can interact with us, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910, and multiple ways to watch or listen to the show, not only on YouTube and Twitch, but on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, and over on Sirius XM channel 375. So you got Cal Raleigh, and you got the slump, and he goes 0-for-38, and then he showers with the uni on, and it works. Everything's fine, and then unfortunately he gets an oblique strain, and we don't know exactly how long he's going to break out. You asked one of our guests earlier today if he's ever tried to break out of a writing slump by showering with his full writing clothes on, if you will. He said, no, I don't think I've ever done that. I guess now I have to ask you right out of the gate, have you ever showered with all your clothes on?
I have not, but I think I'm going to try that. I think after like a bad show here on BetMGM Game Day, I think I'm going to throw on just go straight into the shower right after it, almost like just to drown myself in my sorrows and see if that can get me out of it. The problem is we have to wait a whole another 7 days before we reconvene for another 5 hours of radio on BetMGM Game Day.
That's true. Yeah, there's too much of a gap there to make it work, I think. Don't forget, by the way, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Where did that one stack up for you, though? In terms of Cal Raleigh slump busting.
Yeah.
The shower, is that a top tier way to bust
okay.
up a slump?
I'm glad you asked, Alex, because look, I love baseball. I love it. And I love baseball for these reasons, because it is different. It is weird. You've got guys showering in full uniform just to get the bad juju off of them. Where does Cal Raleigh rank? Well, I'm glad you asked, because I have ranked my top 5 slump busters in the history of baseball. And I'm going to unveil them to you right now. Coming in at number 5, Rick Dempsey, former Major League catcher, once told his Baltimore manager, the great Earl Weaver, in the midst of a slump, that every time he went to the plate, he looked at the defense and hit the ball right where they were standing. So Weaver told him, quote, look at the holes, not the guys with the gloves on. And Dempsey said that he broke out of the slump immediately after that. Okay? That was merely a conversation, which is why it comes in at the 5 spot. Coming in at number 4, in a deep slump as minor leaguer, Bobby Bonilla, as we celebrate his day every July 1st. He bought Charlie Lau's book on hitting. Now, that wasn't unusual, considering that Lau was the hitting guru of his day and a highly influential instructor. But Bonilla didn't read the book. He slipped it under his pillow at night, hoping to pick Lau's hitting vibes by osmosis, saying, quote, I have to admit, I did it. He went full LeBron, right? LeBron always carries those books into his playoff games, and he only ends up reading the first page of them. That's essentially what Bobby Bonilla did, and it worked. Coming in at number 3, Cal Raleigh. Cal Raleigh, literally on late Monday night, in the midst of his 0-for-36 slump at the plate, he finished the game with the Houston Astros with a pair of hits, and his teammate, starting pitcher Logan Gilbert, who is on my fantasy team, by the way, for those of you wondering, suggested that Cal Raleigh wash off the, quote, bad mojo. And so he went straight into the shower and showered with full uniform on. And the very next night, got those 2 hits against the Astros. But now he's literally he's on the IL with an oblique strain. So maybe he should take yet another shower again. I don't know. I don't know how the showers work. And then coming in at number 2, one of the more famed slump busters, Mr. Derek Jeter. And I'll let Derek Jeter explain what he did to get out of his slump.
I had a new teammate that I played with in 2002, and he always had a gold thong hanging from his locker. And he told me, anytime you struggle, you wear the gold thong, you're guaranteed to get a hit. Now, I thought the guy was crazy. So in 2004, I went through the worst offensive stretch of my career.
Okay.
And every day I'd walk in, he'd point at the thong. So finally, I wore the thong. Now, it wasn't thong the skin. I had shorts on underneath, so I put the thong over the shorts. First pitch, home run.
Oh my God!
Yes.
No way!
That is
The
true.
golden thong!
Yes.
That sound comes courtesy of
Unbelievable.
The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. And yeah, look, I'm a big fan of Cisco, so you got to know that I love that story about the thong. And for anyone who was wondering, that teammate was Jason Giambi, known for carrying the gold thong in his locker. He would always go to the gold thong to bust out of a slump. But coming in at the number one spot of the best slump busters in MLB history, let me take it back to May of 2003 with the Florida Marlins, before they were the Miami Marlins. A terrible slump that got their manager fired. Backup catcher Mike Redmond decided it was time to shake up the team. So he threw on just his turf shoes, socks, and batting gloves and hit the indoor batting cage for a hitting session au natural in the buff, nude. The word filtered back to the clubhouse, and so everyone came out, started watching his naked batting practice, and the Marlins won that game 6-2, with Redmond getting 2 hits, which required him, of course, to do the same thing the next day and thereafter through what turned into a 6-game winning streak. Now, the team ultimately started to cool off again later on in the summer. And so in August in Pittsburgh, they were going through another cold streak, and he did the naked BP routine again. And the team finished the year 20-8, won a wild card berth in the playoffs, and the rest is history, because if you remember about that 2003 Marlins team, they went on to win the World Series over the Yankees. So little naked BP was the secret. Now, look, I will say this. We don't do honorable mentions here on BetMGM Game Day, okay, because there is no honor in a mention. But if we did, an honorable mention has to go to Mark Grace. Now, I don't think I can legally read this quote on the air for just many reasons, but he did go on the show of our very own Westwood One Sports teammate, Jim Rome, and shared a very colorful statement about what a slump buster is. Let's just say it requires getting, comfortable with a female who you may not find that attractive. I think we'll all leave it. He
you gotta
obviously
break up the
used
slump.
way colorful words. Yes. And he called it, quote, jumping on a grenade for the boys. So Mark Grace with the original honorable mention slump buster there. But
honestly,
those are my top 5 slump busters in baseball.
Yeah, those are great. Those bring back some memories, honestly, in baseball. I wasn't sure what direction you were going to head into when we talked about this pre-show. I didn't know if it was going to be MLB actual slump busts that happen, or you were going to give me your top 5 things you do to get out of a slump.
Oh, what I would do?
Wasn't sure.
Oh,
I wasn't sure what direction we were going to go in there,
I'll say this. You don't want to know what I do to get out of slump. I will try anything and everything, right? Like, I will get creative with it at times. I'll get downright kooky sometimes. So it's probably best. In fact, I may or may not be wearing a gold thong right now as we speak. I had a rough show last week, and I needed to get out of it. So I could be rocking that gold thumb. I may have taken some. Did a couple of radio bits earlier, fully naked, just practicing before today's show. So you don't want to know my slump
video. We are on video, but it is just from about the shoulder, neck high, shoulder up, chest up. Who knows? I'm not sure. I cannot confirm or deny what may or may not be below the shirt for Austin today on the show. All right, up next, though, let's get back into the NFL schedule release, including some gems that we got from social media world.
kickoff to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
3 o'clock out east here on BetMGM Game Day. Final hour of the show. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We will talk plenty of NBA throughout this hour. We'll get to that in about 15 to 20 minutes or so as we got a Game 7 to discuss some more with the Pistons and the Cavs, and, of course, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals with the Spurs and the Thunder. Don't forget the PGA Championship going on right now. I guess we can get a little leaderboard update in a second as well. Don't forget over at BetMGM, players will receive a PGA Championship boost pack to use the tokens from the pack. You add the PGA Championship wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars over at BetMGM as, yes, the PGA Championship is ongoing right now. We've got a 3-way tie atop the leaderboard. John Rahm, 3 under today. He is a co-leader, but he's the biggest, I guess, mover so far today, other than Rory, who is also 4 under for the tournament through 4 under today, through 17. He is 3 under for the tournament. So Rory, Schauffele making up some ground here. But PGA Championship, I did not put a bet in pre-tournament. This was usually for a major I will, Austin. I did not put in a bet for this one. I think I got sidetracked by all these schedule release videos and all the scheduling rumors of the NFL.
Will you enter a bet for the final day?
Yeah, I'll give myself something tomorrow. So I'll see how the leaderboard. It looks like. I haven't looked. I know yesterday there was something like 30 golfers within 5 strokes of the lead. I don't know what the updated count is since we've been on the air today. But to give me a little more intrigue tomorrow afternoon, since the baseball team that I cover sucks right now, yeah, I'll probably have a bet on the PGA Championship. Yeah.
What was the bet you had for the Masters? Was it Scheffler to finish in the top 5?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that one turned out well. We talked about that on the show. It was, I think when we started the show, Scheffler was a ways back, and I said, man, I 4 or 5 to 1 for him to finish top 5 or something like that, and I believe he did. I think that was definitely a bet that was nice to us for sure.
That might be your move again, because he's currently he's about 6 or 7 back right now. He's tied for 4th,
Scotty,
but at 3 back.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a crowded.
Yeah,
field.
he's still on the course right now too. He's through 16, but yeah, it really is wide open. All the way down to Matsuyama, who is also 3 under. This really is shaping up to be a Sunday where, unless I guess McNeely or Rahm have a really impressive back 9. I guess McNeely just now teed off, but was about to tee off. So we'll see. There's still a group that is just getting going today, but a lot of movement. The biggest mover, I guess, is let's see, Chris Kirk, who's 2 under for the tournament now. He's 5 under for the day. He's had one of the better days along with Schauffele and Rory. So we'll keep an eye on the PGA Championship. Of course, you can bet on it over at BetMGM. All right, let's get back into the NFL a little bit. We were kind of going through the schedule and some of the things we like and the interest in it. I think one of the traditions, of course, has now become these schedule release videos and everything. Who's going to really come up with the best joke and everything like that. I will say that I told you earlier, the favorite release video throughout this entire week, even though it was going back and doing something that we've seen before, man on the street interviews is not some new concept in the business by any means. But the Tennessee Titans social media crew, to me, that was the best video. It may not have taken the most time. It may have been least amount of work compared to the Chargers Halo recreation that they did.
Yeah, right.
Which was awesome. But the man on the street, when they're on Broadway Street there in Nashville, and they're going around and they're finding lookalikes to coaches and owners, they go and find an old guy from the UK and say, "Are you Jerry Jones for the Cowboys week?" It was top notch, man. I told you, the Myles Garrett part is the best. There's some frankly, a short white kid in a Garrett jersey. They have him turn around, they freeze it, and then they put up a picture of, ripped Myles Garrett. And I legit laughed out loud. It was so funny.
Yeah, I will say this. As a Titans fan, I'm very, I don't want to come across as biased, but I did go into it. Honestly, when I did see another man on the street video, I groaned when I first saw it. I was like, oh, come on. Don't try and recreate magic, because we see that way too much. Like, people go back to the well too many times. The sequel is never as good as the original. However, with that said, I think it was when they got to the Colts matchup and they did the Pat McAfee lookalike, which is where it got me. Then I was like, okay, we're on to something here. And I was like, hold up, let them cook. And sure enough, they did. It was a great video. Can I harp on one of my least favorite videos? And
Go for it.
this is going to be an unpopular opinion because I know a lot of people liked it and praised it. And I will say that the acting in it was better than I expected. But when are we going to be over the Step Brothers parodies? The Las Vegas Raiders doing the Step Brothers parody with Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza. I get it. I understand the idea, and it's actually cool that they got the two of them to do the video together. But I'm just so over like recreating that movie. I think we've done it so many times, both with the memes on the internet and just with video parodies of it. Like and maybe this is just old man yelling at clouds, but at what point will we move on?
Yeah, what's happened to
I
you?
get it.
What's happened to you, Austin?
We haven't had a great.
You used to be,
we haven't had a great
you used to be
comedy
that
over the
guy.
last 10 years. That's fine. No, I get it. Like, look, I'm just saying, like, can we up the ante a little bit? Can we hold the bar a little bit higher for ourselves than just going back to Step Brothers parodies for videos for comedy? Like it's not even. It was a shot by shot remake. It was no spin on it or anything. It just, I don't know. I'm just, I did not love the Raiders schedule release video.
This is shocking news. Shocking news. I mean, Austin from 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, Austin, and now he's grumpy old man Austin. You used to be a guy that would have loved the Catalina wine mixer, and now, no interest. No
Don't get me
interest
wrong.
in it
It's a great movie. It's a great movie. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just like, I've just seen so many dang parodies of that. And another one I did not love that I think a lot of people did like.
Did you not like Napoleon Dynamite parody?
No, that was good. That was good. The little attention to detail in that. I actually liked that one. The Jacksonville Jaguars cutting Trevor Lawrence's hair.
Yeah.
Was there anyone on the internet, and this is a serious question, because I don't know, but was there anyone who actually believed he was cutting his hair? Like that looked like a wig worse, like SNL makeup artists put on better wigs on live television than whoever did that wig for Trevor Lawrence during The Cut as they did their schedule release video.
Yeah. I didn't think he cut his hair, but I'll give him credit. That was different. Like, at least it was different and unique to Jacksonville. They were the only team that could have had their quarterback even possibly having that scenario play out. So I also think it's kind of tough, and some organizations are way more conservative with it than others. Just some are willing to take shots at the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini thing. Others, I swear, are told to not go down that path.
Yeah,
The Chiefs did the QV Chiefs thing, which was fine. It was okay, but they never come up with anything like new. It's always throwback stuff. They're never ahead of the curve on that, but whatever. Rob Riggle was involved, which was cool, and they had an actual hotline you could call, and then you can actually hit different prompts, and Donna Kelsey was on the hotline talking. So they put some time and effort into it, right? I mean, they put some time and effort into it. The Jets one. What was it with the Jets one? Like, I hate to keep
what? Well, oh yes.
They're just mixing paint colors. I didn't watch the whole thing. Like,
yeah, I didn't either because I was bored out of my mind. Like, what is that? Like, do the Jets? Do they have internet access? Do they see what the other teams put out every single year? Like, just filming a palette of blending colors together. Like, did they think like, oh yeah, we cooked this year. This is the one that's really going to get the internet ablaze. Like, because that's all this is. It's an arms race to see who can go the most viral. This is not the time of year where your quarterback and your defense shines. This is the time of year where your front office shines. More specifically, your social media team, your marketing department, the people that like never really get their moment. This is their Super Bowl. And the Jets, like, look, we know the Jets aren't winning a real Super Bowl anytime soon. They're certainly not winning a social media Super Bowl anytime soon with that paint video that they put out. That might have been one of the absolute worst out there.
Yeah, the other one people were critical of was the Cardinals, because the Cardinals went all AI. They just leaned in and they did like the AI. They had like Big Red introducing it, and it was just AI the entire thing. They just said, screw it, we'll make it all AI.
And another one I'll give shine to, the Indianapolis Colts going Simpsons. I liked it to a point. I loved the intro of the Simpsons, recreating the Simpsons intro, but for the Colts and for Indianapolis. That was very cool. There was a lot of details in that one. That was one you had to go back and rewatch a few times just to get all the details. But I didn't like it when they went to the actual revealing of the schedule, because then it just became old clips from the Simpsons, and I was kind of like, okay, that's where it kind of lost me. But kudos to the Simpsons doing the collaboration with one of the greatest animated television shows of our generation.
Coming up in about 10 minutes or so, we'll talk more NBA playoffs and look at Game 7 tomorrow night. Sticking with the NFL, there were a couple signings. So as much as we're talking about the schedule release, there were a couple moves since we've been on the air last week. One, let's stick with the team that we were just referencing, the Jets. They get a contract done with Breece Hall, 3 years worth up to $45.7 million, makes him the third highest paid running back in the NFL. And at the same time, a day or two later, it's the Dolphins and Devon Achane agreeing to a 4-year extension worth up to $68 million. Remember, in free agency was Kenneth Walker getting a big deal, 3 for 45 or so, roughly is what it ended up being, something close to 43.5, I think it was the number there. We know the league is valuing running backs again. And I think out of all the contracts that were handed out, and I'm not trying to be biased here, but I think other than Achane, I think it makes the Kenneth Walker deal not seem as bad financially when you now see what Achane is getting financially and the guaranteed money that's attached to that. I believe it's the largest contract for a running back right after a rookie contract in NFL history. But they clearly, in Miami, do you think it's a mistake? They clearly think he is a piece of the future, even though they are clearly in a rebuild, and there's a good chance they may not realize it, but the GM and head coach, there's a good chance you and I are talking about a new GM and head coach combination of Miami in 3 years or 4 years or something like that. Like for a running back to say he's part of building your future, he's 25. I don't think the Dolphins are going to be any good for 3 years.
Yeah, I do. Before I hit on that, I do want to claim that I am a hat-wearing member of MERBGA, Make Running Backs Great Again, which we are doing. It is nice to see that that the running back position is mattering again. You know me, Alex. I'm a big running back guy. I love the position. I think it is extremely undervalued, and I'm glad to see that we've kind of coming back into this wave of like what's old is new again. Just like with like how bell bottoms are coming back in style. It's nice, and low-rise jeans are coming back in style for the ladies. Like, I love to see running backs coming back in style. Now, in terms of the Miami Dolphins, your guess is as good as mine, dude. I have no idea what this franchise is doing. It seems like every other day they can't decide if they want to contend or not. And I think, and I'd be willing to bet the betting markets back me up on this, but I think the Dolphins are the favorite to pick in the number 1 overall pick in the draft next year, right? Like, it is. Malik Willis signed that deal, and they ship Waddle out the door. Like, it's just a bad situation. There's no Tyreek Hill anymore. Gone are the Mike McDaniel experiment, I guess I should call it. It's not. It's so weird how quickly this team has fallen, and now. But then you go out and you make this signing, and it's like, so wait, are you in or are you out? Like, so for 4 years, do you expect to be good in 4 years? Malik Willis won't even be here in 4 years. What is the plan in Miami? It feels like they're just kind of flying by the seat of their pants.
Yeah, I mean, I think Achane's a great back. It's not even about him, It's just
it is. Right.
He's part of the building block and knowing where they're at as a franchise. And I think you're right. I mean, there's a real chance that we're sitting here next April, number 1 overall pick, and it's the Miami Dolphins. We're talking about whether or not they're going to draft their franchise quarterback. Maybe it's Dante Moore, whoever the consensus number 1 is at that point in time. That feels like where this is trending. And it feels like if you're Malik Willis and Achane, like, good for you. You guys both got your money, but you're going to be maybe miserable in terms of on the field and lack of success that you're going to have.
I will say, not to completely pivot, but I am getting torched in the BetMGM Gameday group chat for my stepbrother's take. So hand raised. Look, I know it's unpopular, okay, but we've just Can we not hold ourselves to a higher standard than to keep going back? It's like when I was in college, the movie was Anchorman. Everyone in sports talk radio for like 15 years would only quote Anchorman on the air, and it just got so played out. And I feel like we're getting that level with Step Brothers, which is a shame because it is a fantastic comedy. But it was just when we continue to go to it, it worsens the product, and I just hate it.
Yeah, Grant behind the scenes saying you're aging yourself, man. You're aging.
I am.
yourself
With the
quite a bit
Anchorman
here.
pull. Yeah, right.
But no, Anchorman was the classic as well. I do think we'll see a schedule release next year where some team is going to say, "Look, we're focused on more important things," and it's just a Arial or Times New Roman 12 or 14 font. Here's our schedule. Thanks. We'll see you in 2027.
That's what the Jets
kind of
should
thing.
do. Honestly. The Jets, take Alex's advice. Write that down for next year. Just email a PDF of your schedule to everyone, and that's the way you should do it because you're not competing with the Chargers. And also, real quick note on the Chargers are almost getting too good to the point where I got to watch that thing like the Zapruder film. Like I have to go back and watch it 6 or 7 times just to get all the jokes that they force in there. And it's almost becoming like I'm almost like I love the Chargers and they're head and shoulders above everyone else. But it's almost too much work to watch the Chargers schedule release video every year.
I did dig the Halo theme, though, as someone that was a video game nerd back in the day. Hearing the Halo theme music made me very happy when that started for them. Exactly. Oh, yeah, man. Halo, all-time video game series for sure. All right, up next, let's get back into the NBA. Good, Game 7 tomorrow night. We also got a Game 1 in the Western Conference Finals. Let's talk about how we see these series playing out and the bigger picture scenario for a couple of those teams next.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Have you seen Michael? By the way, I just heard the music. Have you seen that? Everybody tells me I need to go see it.
I think I'm looking at him right now with the nose job that you had done over the last weekend, right? Is that?
Oh man!
Can I just hear you one time? Just give me a come on.
That's not happening. That's not going to happen. Not after that reference. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to play along with that. I've heard plenty of the nose job jokes. I had sinus surgery. I had sinus surgery, deviated septum. If anything, I'm now more paranoid about my nose post surgery, because I'm convinced that I'm looking at this camera for 5 hours doing this show, which I don't normally just stare at myself for 5 hours, but the camera's right in front of me and I can see myself. I feel like my nose is crooked, but it's not. I think it's just me. But now I'm paranoid about it post surgery. But Michael, I've heard, was good. I heard Michael was good. So.
Plus, the camera adds 10 pounds to your nose too, so that's what
they say. And I already had a giant nose to begin with. I mean, that I did not have. Trust me, I'll tell you this: if I had a nose job, trust me, the nose would still not be this big. I can promise you that. All right, it would have been reduced.
Do you think? I too have a large nose. Do you think that's why they paired us together? They're like, hey, just let's put the two Doug Funnies together. Like let's just pair big nose with big nose.
Yeah, something smells a bit fishy with that. They figured you and I could sniff out some of the BS in the sports world or something like that, I think is what happened. Yeah.
But to answer your question, I've not seen Michael yet, nor have I seen Devil Wears Prada 2 yet. And also this weekend, Top Gun is back in theaters for the 40th anniversary.
Is that right?
And Top Gun Maverick. Yeah, they're both back in theaters. So I'm like, geez, there's like 4 movies I want to see in theaters this weekend. And
I'm way behind.
2 little girls, I probably won't see any of them.
Yeah, I'm way behind. I got to get caught up. I need to see Michael. I didn't know about the Top Gun thing, although I don't need to see that. I mean, I've seen. I don't need to go to theaters for that, but that's cool. Oh, the Space Jam thing you and I talked about. I think that's next week. Space Jam returned to theaters.
Oh yeah,
with your favorite novelty popcorn. It's a oh yeah baby. It's pop a shot with popcorn. AMC and a few other theaters I think are doing that around the country. Can't wait for that.
Exactly what I was talking about. I added it to the list a few weeks back of just the Hollywood going above, like just doing too much with their popcorn buckets. It's like, all right, guys, let's scale back a little bit. Okay. We don't need a Papa shot for popcorn. Okay. Movie theaters have already gotten increasingly distracting as it is. We don't need to add some Dave and Buster's games to the fold with your popcorn. I don't need that.
Yeah, I looked into it. It's one night only. I think it's like next Wednesday. I looked and I texted my brother-in-law. I was going to say to see if the nephews wanted to go, which would give me an excuse not to feel weird going to see Space Jam. They're busy with they're busy with basketball themselves already. So
a movie again that features our BetMGM our Westwood One counterpart Jim Rome. Tennis.
That's true.
Baseball bat, get this guy a tennis racket, I think is his famous line from Space Jam when he's clowning Michael Jordan's baseball.
One of my favorite movies. There's to this day, the intro hypes me up. To this day, the intro when he's in the backyard and he's shooting I want to go to North Carolina. And they cut. Right now I want to watch it again. It's my favorite thing. It'll always be one of my favorite things to watch. Anyway, thinking of watching basketball, let's get to what we got tomorrow night, man, because I will not be able to go to movie theaters because I want to be locked into Game 7, Pistons, Cavs in Detroit. And I told you a bit earlier, I think this is a similar feel to what happened with the Pistons in that Magic series, which was, hey, Cleveland in this case, you blew your opportunity. This Pistons team has played phenomenally when their backs are against the wall. They've got 4 different wins so far in the postseason in elimination games, which is the most since the Celtics did that back in 2023. And they did it with defense, of course, just yesterday, where they held the Cavs to 30% shooting, or under 30% shooting, I should say, in the second half. But I feel like this Detroit team is going to get it done. They're 4.5-point favorites. I actually think they're going to cover, too. James Harden had 8 turnovers the other night. I think this defense of the Pistons is suffocating, and the Cavs had their shot, and they missed it. And I believe we're going to get Detroit and New York in the Eastern Conference Final.
And my Orlando Magic are to thank for that. In fact, I'm going ahead and chalking this up as the fourth Orlando Magic playoff victory of the year for them. Because they got these Detroit Pistons battle tested and battle ready. When they came back from 3-1 against the daunting Orlando Magic, that's what has prepared these Pistons for coming back against the Cavaliers. Their backs are against the wall. And there's one thing you don't want to do is back someone from Detroit up against the wall, because they will prevail. Just look at Detroit as a city as a whole. Their backs were against the wall just 10 years ago. And now that city is thriving. I don't know if you've been to Detroit recently, but Detroit is a phenomenal city. It is great. And 15 years ago, I never in my life would have guessed though that sentence would have come out of my mouth. But here we are. And here the Pistons are back on top of the sport, and they're playing well. Now look, they're going to, if they advance, which I think they will. I think the Cavaliers are going to James Harden this series away. And I think the Detroit Pistons are in for a rude awakening with the New York Knicks, because the Knicks are playing at a level unlike anyone else in the East. But I do got to give the Pistons credit, because they play this aggressive defense. This, they're physical. They slow the game up. Like, they literally are playing great. And Jalen Duren came up big in the last game, where he's kind of fallen off the face of the earth in this series, really in the playoffs. And they did get some. They get 13 points out of him on 6 of 9 shooting, which was great. And that paired with just what Cade Cunningham is doing, which, I mean, it's cool to see his coming out party, because I think certainly everyone in Detroit knew about Cade Cunningham. We all knew about Cade Cunningham coming out of college, but now it's like his coming out party in the NBA, and it's really cool to see. I like the Pistons to win Game 7. I think the Cavaliers are in serious jeopardy of doing what James Harden normally does in the playoffs and blowing this series lead.
Yeah, again, the 8 turnovers, as we mentioned, that he had last time out, and I even liked him to cover the Pistons. That is -4.5. Now, overall odds, if you go over to our friends at BetMGM, to get out of the East, if you think the Pistons can get past the Knicks, who you and I both have acknowledged, we think they're playing the best basketball of anybody in this postseason so far. The Knicks are -210 to win the East. The Pistons are 3-1. The Cavs are 7-1. So, of course, which makes sense, right? Because the Cavs are underdogs in Game 7 here. But those are your odds to come out of the Eastern Conference. I'm not going to bet the Knicks at -210, to win the East. At this point, you're better off just waiting till we get to the series against likely the Pistons or I guess it could be the Cavs, but likely against the Pistons, and then betting it on a game-by-game basis, or going into that series and saying, all right, is it going to be a 5-game series? Is it going to be a 6-game series? That's how I'll be betting the Knicks moving forward. The more interesting bet, though, is over on the Western side of things, where we know our matchup, right? We know we've got a Western Conference final that you and I have wanted for months, and that's the Thunder, that's the Spurs, Wemby and Castle and company going up against SGA and the defending champs. And that's Monday night, where the Thunder are 6.5-point favorites. And I'm just excited because I know our guest, Dan Favale, probably was correct in cautioning me to think that we're going to see these two teams square off year after year now. But I am hoping for it. I would love if this is the start of a 3 to 5 year run where the Thunder and Spurs are playing each other in these big-time games, Western Conference Finals on a regular basis, Wemby against SGA. I'm here for it, I'll be rooting for the Spurs to come out of the West at this point. I think we are going to get at least a 6-game series. This is going to be far more competitive, I believe. But my big question with the Spurs is probably what everybody's wondering, which is, are they ready for this moment? I mean, this is a drastic step up in pressure, competition from what they just faced, even in a Minnesota team. I mean, now you're taking a Thunder team that is fresh, healthy. We all know they're battle tested. They won the championship last year. So I'm fascinated to see how does he handle his composure? We all saw, the ejection fortunately did not result in a suspension. I know some people thought it should have. I'm glad it didn't for us basketball fans, but yeah. He's got to be careful. If I'm the Thunder, they're going to try to bait him. They're going to try to bait him a few times, see how he handles himself.
I would love for the Spurs and Thunder to become the Bills and Chiefs of the Western Conference, right? You know, like it's like where it's like we know that whoever is going to go to the NBA Finals has to go through that series, right? I just would love for that to become a thing because they're two great teams, they're two built, and it's two non-traditional markets too, which I know isn't great for TV ratings, but when you've got guys like SGA and you've got guys like Wemby, where they themselves make it must-watch TV, I'm excited for it, and I want to see those smaller markets thrive in those moments. And the Thunder, like with their depth, they feel like they're built for years. They're going to be, if not in the NBA Finals, at least in the Western Conference Finals, like kind of be the house band for the Western Conference Finals for the foreseeable future, which I know is very much easier said than done. But I would like to see the Spurs kind of also step up. And I love what Wemby has done for the sport. I love the fact that he's getting better and better every year. I think he has the potential to be a generational talent and a superstar in the league if he continues on this upward trajectory that he's been on since he entered the league just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, no, I think it's been a fascinating rise already for him, and I think the way the NBA is trending, and I know so much has been made about the lottery picks and the tanking and the rule changes on the way and all this, and people try the way the NBA gets discussed sometimes. You would think that the product stinks or it's not good. We don't have stars or anything. Yet TV ratings are up, and Wemby's out here doing what he's doing, and a future star is a star, not a future star, is the star in this league. SGA, likable figure. You still got LeBron in this league, who's obviously going down as either the greatest of all time or the second greatest basketball player of all time. I mean, the NBA is still, to me, in really, really good shape despite the frustrations around tanking, load management, and we'll see, how Adam Silver goes with that moving forward.
Well, and the frustrations around running ads for an Eastern Conference final that isn't set in stone.
Yeah, how about that?
ESPN running an ad for Knicks Cavs game 1 already, and like, oops, I don't know. Someone's either getting a slap on the wrist or a pink slip at ESPN for accidentally running that ad, like having it in the can, ready to roll. Cavs Knicks Eastern Conference Finals. If it happens, we can blame ESPN, I guess, that the fix was in. If it doesn't, we could still probably blame the NBA for being fixed and just saying that they overcorrected themselves because that was leaked early. I don't know. I'm just I feel like
this happens every year though now. Because as you and I know, and for anybody that's not in media, I mean, when it comes to commercials like that, everybody has those in the can ready to go. You have to for planning purposes, and so they're ready to go. The same reason why after the Super Bowl, the Sports Illustrated T-shirt and magazine ad, they have one for each team, obviously, ready to go. It's up to the right person to have the right one play moving forward or whatever. But, yeah, people definitely freak out about this kind of stuff. I understand why if you're a Pistons fan or whatever, you might not like it.
Yeah. I will say before we wrap up the show in the next segment, I'm going to leave with a tease. We have a major upset alert in the UFL, and I know everyone is locked in on this. In fact, I doubt anyone's listening to the radio right now. I'm sure everyone is locked into their TVs with this upset alert in the UFL. So just know, hey, DC Defenders, Louisville Kings, we'll give you the update on the other side of the break.
I'm surprised the league hasn't folded since we've been doing the show, quite honestly. I'm surprised it's still around. I'm surprised it's made
it
all
right.
Show for the last
okay, all right. Look, I don't know if you know this or not. This is the former XFL, and it is the X stands for extreme. So you can't just cancel an extreme football league.
Yeah, look, Detroit might have bounced back from bankruptcy. I don't know if these leagues are going to survive long enough to bounce back from everything that's happening.
I don't like your negativity. You sound like me talking about Step Brothers.
Up next, I'll let Austin pay off his tease, I guess. Plus, some final bets that we like for this weekend, including a PGA Championship leaderboard update.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds over at BetMGM. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Austin shaking his head. He promised you something right before we went to break. He is locked in. He was sweating out this spring football league that he keeps telling me about every
Okay,
show.
all right, hold on. Okay, we don't need the side commentary. Listen, I know I'm preaching to the choir here. Everything I'm about to say, everyone listening right now already knows. But we've got an upset watch in the UFL. The Louisville Kings are currently leading the DC Defenders 33-30 with 22 seconds in the fourth. And the DC Defenders scored to make it 33-30, right? This is a tough game. So then they don't do onside kicks in the UFL. I don't know if you know this or not, but it used to be the XFL. The X stands for extreme. They do things in extreme ways in this league. And they go for it on 4th and 12. If you convert a 4th and 12, that's essentially like an onside kick. It's something I think the NFL should and probably will adopt at some point.
Yep.
I think DC went for it on 4th and 12, and it fell incomplete, but they're challenging something right now. I've got the game on mute. I don't know what it is, but I know Dean Blandino just went split screen on the game and explained something. But then, if you thought the UFL was just one game willy-nilly is close, blah, blah, blah. No. Another team that's tied for first with the DC Defenders is also on upset watch. The St. Louis Battlehawks trail 14-6 early in the second quarter of that game. So let me tell you, this spring football is springing to life in week 8 out of 10. It is a big day for UFL football. It is. Oh, I am jack stacked, man. I've got the hair standing up on my arms right now.
Yeah, I feel terrible for your wife. You're going to have to tell her you got to stay in and watch these games. You can't go out tonight. You can't go out to dinner. You can't hang out with the kids. You got to be locked into USFL football.
It's not you. Quit. Okay, you and everyone behind the scenes here on BetMGM. It's like I'm the only one on this show that cares about this dang league because you guys keep calling it the USFL. It is the UFL. It is the United Football League. It blended together the USFL with
I've told you, my thing with these leagues, last for 5 years, and then I will pay attention to you. I've been through way too many, the Alliance of American Football Leagues. I've gone to games at those. They all fold after 2 years. If they actually last for another 2 or 3 years, I will be on board with you a little bit.
Okay, well, this is technically year 2 if you want to, if you eliminate the COVID years, or like if you, start it since the merger. This is technically year 2 of this league.
Yep,
so,
league. 3 more to go. Got to survive 3 more.
Yeah. So, look, I think, okay, I'm going to hold you to that. We'll probably still be doing this show in 5 years' time. So, you and I will. I'm going to make you care about this league.
You sound so confident in that.
Well, it's radio. You never know. But also, real quick, before we get out of here, too, I do want to give, while I'm giving love to leagues that a lot of people don't pay attention to, the AHL some love. I don't know if you noticed the hat that I'm wearing. The hat that I'm wearing on our YouTube or Twitch stream, if you're watching, you can see that I'm rocking a hat for the 3-time Calder Cup champion Chicago Wolves. They're playing in Game 2 of the Central Division Finals tonight against the Grand Rapids Griffins. The Wolves lead the series 1-0, and I host a morning radio show in Chicago on the country radio station, and 2 of the Wolves players are avid listeners to our morning show. Dominic Fensori and Ryan Suzuki, who have played integral roles in the Wolves getting this deep into the playoffs. So I'm hoping that the Chicago Wolves go on and win the Calder Cup this year. Shout out to the AHL. That's another great league that if you know, you know. You got the Hershey Bears. You got all these like great iconic teams of like just minor league hockey teams that feed into the Milwaukee Admirals. Another one. Like they got great teams all over that sport. And I love myself some minor league hockey. I love hockey, but I certainly love myself some minor league hockey. And I'm a big Wolves fan. Go Wolves.
There you go. No, I like that. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Hershey Bears. A buddy I went to high school with does play-by-play for the Hershey Bears, so I was a big hockey fan.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
So yeah, I've seen a lot the Hershey Bear toss thing that they do for charity every year. Whatever is a very popular thing that they do up there in Hershey, Pennsylvania. But yeah, man. No, I best of luck to the Chicago Wolves. I'm more on board with that than whatever this spring football league is.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna get you on board. I'm gonna get you to care. It is.
I don't think so.
We've got ourselves. No, you're gonna, and because you know why, and I've actually had to say, dating back to the original XFL, like the Vince McMahon XFL, the NFL has taken a lot of the innovative things that league has done, and they've implemented it for themselves. So if anything, it is like an experimental league. It is like the petri dish for the chemists of the NFL for them to take and experiment with.
Yeah, I think that is very fair, and I do agree that the 4th and 12 idea instead of an onside kick, I think would be awesome. I hope the NFL does that at some point in the very near future. All right, do want to get a quick update though, Austin. PGA Championship. We were saying how this thing is going to be really fun. I think tomorrow, based off the leaderboard. Let me get the latest. I guess now we have an outright leader. We had like a 6-way tie since we came back from break. Is that Aaron? I apologize. Is it Ray or Ra? I can't remember who's in lead right now. 5 under. Then there's a group of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 one-stroke back. Another group of 5 that are 3-strokes back, including Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and John Rahm. So this is going to be a fun Sunday, actually, there at the PGA Championship in Newton Square, Pennsylvania. And from a betting perspective over at BetMGM, I guess you were asking me about Scotty Scheffler. Let's see what the latest odds are for a couple of these golfers. Currently, so Goddard up is the favorite at 7-1. It looks like Oberg 5-1, McNeely 9.5-1, John Rahm 10-1, and then Rory 12-1 right now. 2 strokes off the lead, and you can get him at 12-1. Not a bad idea as long as you think that blister under his nail or whatever it is isn't going to flare up tomorrow.
Can you throw any money down, kind of like you did with the Masters, with like Scheffler to like finish top 5 or like any like. Maybe not necessarily to win, but to finish high in the leaderboard?
Yeah, if you think Rory finishes top 5, plus 150, if you want to go back to the Scotty Scheffler train, you can do that, although I am scrolling and I'm trying to find out where I can, if I see his odds anywhere on the BetMGM app. There it is, 2-1 for Scotty to finish in the top 5.
Sitting currently tied for 8th is a man by the name of David Puig, which brings me to another point of another man with the name of Puig. Did you see Yasiel Puig resurfaced in the Canadian Baseball League this year?
I did. He's basically playing baseball against your brother-in-law and his buddies or something is what he's doing right now. But yeah.
In the UFL of baseball leagues, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's no more exciting player. Like he's arguably one of the most exciting, I think, baseball players I've ever watched.
Oh, that was a fun time.
Yasiel Puig,
fun time,
right? Oh my gosh, what an experiment that was. That was awesome.
What year would that have been? How far back was that? I'm bad about time.
Not too far. Like I want to say maybe like 7 years ago. He was definitely on that 2017 Dodgers team, and he was on that 2018 Dodgers team that lost to the Red Sox in the World Series because he had that massive 3-run home run in Game 4.
Yeah, so he last
the
played
Red Sox at
in
Dodger
the big
Stadium
leagues in 2019. Yeah, big league 2019, but when he was good, actually being a top hitter in the league, obviously he came in 2013, but yeah, 2016, 2017, he put up some decent numbers.
2019 was 2019 he was playing with the Reds, right?
Guardians and both Guardians and Reds. Sorry.
Okay. And you know how he got the number of 66 with the Dodgers because he wore that weird number 66 with the Dodgers.
I don't know if I know that story.
When he was coming up, people obviously, like, they did not like him. He kind of ruffled some feathers on his way up, and so the
Sure.
equipment staff, they nicknamed, they would call him El Diablo, like, for the devil. And so when they gave him his jersey, they gave him 66 as, short for 666, the number for the devil. And they, but Puig, I don't know if Puig knew that at the time, but Puig liked that. He liked the number 66. He liked that it was different, so he stuck with it, and so and thus was the number that he had for his entire tenure with the Dodgers.
Yeah, I did see the video though, that earlier this week or whatever, that went viral, and then I think somebody actually inquired, like, and asked an actual front office exec about him. They're like, "No, dude, this guy's playing against, like, I mean, against nobodies at this point. Nobody needs to
Bring
take a
him back.
flyer on Yasiel Puig.
Nah, bring him back.
Nobody needs
back.
to do
There's a
that.
team.
He's 35 years old right now, just so you know. He's 35 years old.
Put him on the Rockies. Let them do something with him, right? They could use him.
They should, for the home run derby, bring back not a legend, like not a legend. Don't have Ken Griffey Jr. in it, but they should bring back, like, somebody that just had like a 1 year or 2 year spurt in the league, and they're allowed to come back and let them earn some extra money. Somebody that just was in the big leagues for a cup of coffee, but had a nice month or two of home runs.
I love that.
That's what it should be.
I love that.
You can do that. Hope everybody has a great rest of their weekend. We're back at it next Saturday. Austin's gonna go watch some USL, FL, whatever the spring football, whatever it's called, league thing. I'll talk to you guys next week.